welcome to Zell. Hi Zell, say hi.
What? Hey, hello Twitch. Hey, Sapphire in chat.
So the other day, we wanted to show the last bits that I missed. Be it the that's my review. That's fair. Um, that were golden weapons, a showcase of all weapons and the golden skins. The Zurkis spy bot, the gallery, the stickers, it was several things. 25 out of that. Yeah, it's a Lego splitter. uh, uh, it was several things that I missed. I wanted to have them all on stream. But then I also wanted to review the game with Zell, but it was late. I haven't had dinner. I had dinner like at midnight. Then Zell had to go, so in the end, it was like a week after. But yeah, today we're reviewing Rift Apart, guys. For realties.
I mean, we tactically retreated to prepare for this.
Yeah. we prepared. Let's say we.
Oh boy, we have. Oh,
Yeah.
we have.
We have some points we want to discuss and then like structure. But in any case, I won't be in this scene. I will actually change to this one, which is the usual Rift Apart layout. It's the same as last time with the new text and so on. And I was just reading that there it says tracks Rift Apart. It's cool. Oh yeah, we also went through the art book and OST last day, so that's covered already. So, without further, oh man, okay, I'll let this finish. Like 10 seconds to go. 15. Yeah, okay. The last 6 seconds are silence. Yeah. Let's go back to Rift Apart. I'm gonna be. I'll load a save, and if we talk about something, I'll move to yeah silence suddenly. I'll. Okay, so we have 17 main points and like some notes from each of us that I've read yours Zell now, and like a lot of them I also want to talk about, so that's cool. And I'm sure
You what?
and
You
I'm sure
spoiled my points.
and I'm sure you also will have some input on whatever I have written.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of overlap, but
Yeah,
we'll just converse about them.
yeah, and also if like I'm gonna be reading chat when we talk about some points, and if any of you have some input or have found something else that we haven't, you can of course say so, and this will be like a shared review, debate, whatever, talking about the game. Standardware. Yeah. Yeah, Chiaki, you go. Okay, so we start with general gameplay feel. I think this will also overlap with some later points, but I think we can talk like a bit of how does the game hold up as a whole in gameplay with respect to previous titles and the dual sense and whatnot.
Yep, absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay. So basically, thanks, Cheeky. Love you too.
Love you too, Chiaki. Chike.
Cheek. So basically, I think if we say that combat and gameplay is like before Rift Apart, we said that PS4 was probably at its best, like as bad as PS4 is as a whole. I had some problems even with that, like with gameplay wise on PS4, I think the camera is way too stiff. Um, some wrench lock-ons are weird. Um, and like then there's the level design of the two corridor levels that they introduced. Um, but here, this is seriously next level. Um,
It's amazing. It's I gotta say, it's I have way less problems with this than I have with the PS4 game
I mean,
because
even
it feels like the same thing, just had more work done on
yes.
the same basis.
So, um, basically, even comparing in a more fair comparison with PS4 game played on PS5, where you have also 60 FPS, and I think better resolution too. Like it looks better, of course, and of course it's 60. Um, which again, I always say that I don't notice much, but I changed to fidelity in this game, and so like yeah, of course,
Yes.
if you have a 4K monitor, you probably see it better, and you have like a better photo mode or whatever. Um, like the screenshot, I think it's saved in 4K regardless, so I don't know. Probably not. Probably in fidelity, like it's rendered differently, so the photos you save are better, in game. Um,
I think it's super sampled,
but
but
in any
the
case,
base res is the
I
same.
think Insomniac said none of the modes are actually native 4K. So
Wait, not even the fidelity mode?
I think not. They say that. I forget. I sent you the thing, the tweet, but yeah, we talk a lot, so. uh, I think it's a temporal injection. Yeah, there we go. All three modes use a dynamic base resolution that then goes through our temporal injection process to achieve a 4K image.
Okay, yeah.
All three modes.
Makes sense. I feel a bit robbed, but makes sense. I can't feel too bad. I'm not a 4K person.
Yeah, my monitor here, like my TV on the living room has 4K. This monitor here doesn't. Um, so yeah, I changed to fidelity and it was only worse. And I actually noticed. I don't know what noticed. Like I cannot say what exactly changed, but like moving the camera around and moving around was I don't know. It looked worse actually. So yeah, there's that. Um,
It's
but in
way
a
less
case,
natural for the eyes. There's more like delay
hmm,
before the new visual input appears, so you it feels like it's more lag. And there is probably more input lag as well.
hmm.
Because like you turn the camera 12 pixels to the left and it takes longer for those 12 pixels to load.
I mean, one would imagine that it wouldn't be like that. Like you would just skip one of the two frames, like you would see instead of
Yeah,
one,
but you
one
can
two
get
three
in
four five. It's
betweens
yeah,
with 60. Like
yeah,
you
yeah,
turn the same 12 pixels, but halfway through you get an update of 6 and then
yeah.
the other 6. So it's like more fluid, easier to process for the eyes and everything. Like even subconsciously, I think. But like I'm physically kind of like disrupted by the jittery nature of low FPS.
Yeah.
But
So
like not everybody picks up on that, yeah.
yeah, no, but to be fair, like I always say that I don't notice, and I think this is I tried on Miles, and I fucking didn't notice on Miles. But in this game, I actually did. So hey, that's
I think
first
Miles is
first step.
very cinematic.
Yeah,
It might
but
be
you
like
have like
it's a movie
a lot
either way.
of yeah, but you have a lot of swinging at fast speeds through Manhattan and like fight sequences that you would
Yeah, yeah.
kind of notice too, but I don't know.
Maybe it's a motion blur.
Might be. Oh, Clank's Eyes. Yeah, but like again, I don't have actually 4K here, so I don't know. Okay, so I brought that up because now PS4 also has a 60 FPS mode. So even comparing those two, I think PS4 camera is way too stiff. Um, and like even movement, like you have the movement tech here, the square. Uh, Square
Well, you
X
have a
too.
you have a sprint button,
But yeah, that's
which is
also
faster.
that's also really cool how actually sprinting is faster than PS4 tech.
Yes,
Finally.
carpal tunnels go away.
Yeah. I mean, basically PS4 tech is basically the triple spin-off of Crash 4.
Yeah,
With slide spin up. I did circle square to slide while I was saying slide spinning. Anyway, yeah, that was circle X square. Um, but yeah, it's cool to have a sprint button, and it's also cooler, even cooler, that R1 when you don't have a hover boots also enables sprint if you hold it. So like it's the go fast button in any case. So that's really cool. And then in regards to the DualSense, as mentioned before while playing, I think um, the adaptive triggers are like super cool and a nice addition to all games actually that are on PS5 or have PS5 versions, specific versions, and not just backwards compatibility. Um, but the haptics, I mean, they're nice, but they're not like the selling point of anything. It's not like it, I don't know if it was worth Marcus saying you can really feel anything like from
Al,
wind
you
to
just ruined
steps
one
to
year of work. They spent like a whole year just trying to hype up that you can feel like, literally every blade of grass on Sargasso, which is not interactive, by the way, so it's like a bad game. And now you just come out here and say it's not even that good. They must be sobbing at IG right now,
Yeah, I mean, no, I
or
mean,
maybe only at
okay.
Sony they care. I don't know.
Let's be fair. It's better than the DS4 or DS3 vibration or DS2. Um, the DualShock vibration as a whole. It's better, of course. And it's like more specific and it changes depending on the thing. But while you're in like hoverbooting around or in combat or whatever, you're not gonna pay attention to that. You're paying attention not getting hit and
You
shooting.
have sensory overload anyway.
Yeah.
Like
Um
you don't have the extra buffer, like not buffer space, but capacity to also just feel the blades of grass as you hoverboot over them.
yeah. Um then there's the part where uh it's not only vibration, it's also sounds, but like um DualShock 4 also had a speaker, and DualSense speaker is basically the same. Like in practice, I know it's better, but like in practice, it's like no, it comes from the haptic feedback, and it's like it comes from the speaker.
Well, it's part of the feedback, okay? It's an audio, visual, motory, physical, mechanical feedback system.
Yeah, but is it haptic?
Yeah, that's the short term for it.
Um, I mean, you can change back um to functional here instead of experiential, and not on the triggers, but on the vibration. Um, but really, I don't think it's intrusive at all. Like, I think it's if something, it's less intrusive than DS4 because it's more subtle when it has to be subtle, and only vibrates more. Um, oh, more pleasant than the DS. Okay, I read it backwards. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. um, it only is as aggressive, like DS4 and 3. And I know that well before that, but specifically because of dreams, there's a Rambler gadget that you can put vibration where you want to, and you can create a battery drainer, uh, putting
Oh,
vibration always
beautiful.
at max. Uh, but hey, that's a way to check battery life, I guess. Um, no, but in no seriousness, you have the Rambler gadget that you can use, and you can tune um, the left motor and the right motor. I don't remember which one is the strong one and which one is the weak one, but you have basically a coarse vibration slider and a fine vibration slider. But the coarse always comes from one of the sides, and the fine always comes from the other side. That combined, like you just feel the your hands shaking, and that's it.
But you really feel them though.
Yeah, like it's as I was saying, you can regulate how much. Like it's not all or nothing. You have like if you had two knobs on an electronic device. Um, so of course, like not all vibrations are the same, but to actually like when a PS3 or PS4 game or PS2, I guess, game had vibration, it usually was pretty strong to really strong. And here it's just adapted to whatever you're doing. Like um, weapons vibrate uh, accordingly, but that also happened on the PS3 games. But here it's more subtle when it has to be and stronger on stronger weapons, and when you get hit, it's stronger than when you're firing. And hoverbooting around also vibrates a bit, but just a bit, and so on. And you
My
can make
hot
past
take,
the charge scene, yeah.
I think my take on this is that the haptic system is it's kind of being wasted on action games and like for movies and shit. Like it's where you passively just hold the controller and it's not like moving all the time from you pressing buttons anyway.
Mm.
It would add a lot more because you would actually notice the things. Like for a movie or like animation or something,
Yeah, it really it really adds to like
or cutscenes.
yeah, when you're playing, you're also what you said. You're already having
Like, yeah, if you're doing
thing.
cineflips, you're not gonna feel the slight breeze on Sargasso. Like,
Yeah.
it's not a thing.
Um. Yeah. With the ILJs, you can feel how you're flying at 200 miles per hour.
You can really feel your arms flying off, but that's about it.
And when you're Ghost Ratchet, you can feel the void inside.
Oh yes.
Um. Yeah. On cutscenes, there's like a couple of instances where you like get an object or like fire or something, and
You can feel Ratchet's anxiety. What if we are washed up?
Ratchet brings out the burst pistol, shoots the Dimensionator, and his whole life flashes through his
Yeah.
before his eyes. Like what did I do? No,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, did we mention like a bunch of spoilers coming
Oh
up
yeah,
in
that's like the second cutscene of the game, but like yeah, we're gonna discuss spoilers for the whole game, of course. It's
we're
a
gonna
whole
discuss
game. It's a
everything.
whole game review. Um, we're
Yep.
like 20 minutes in, and we're just talking about tools and shit.
Yeah, okay. Point two, I guess.
No, before that,
Oh no.
um, on the sound bits, while streaming or while in headphones as a whole, um, you really don't hear much of what the controller is outputting, which is sad because like dashes have a sound effect, um, hover boots have a sound effect, uh, pixelizer. I showed this the other day, but like I don't know if this is audible.
I hear like a I don't know if that's coming from the game actually.
Yeah, I mean I don't know what you hear, but it fits the tune. It's from the pixelizer.
Oh, not the
Um,
tune.
yeah, no, that's a speaker of the controller, of course. Um, which yeah, they say as as the haptics, but that's also DS4. Um, and like when you equip every weapon, all the sounds are also from the controller. And when you hover boot, no, this is actually in game. Um, so yeah, that's also cool. Like they actually um incorporated some sounds to the controller. Um, but again, when you're playing with headphones, and like they recommend you playing with their headphones, of course, the PS5 headphones, you barely hear that. So that's like another part of the game which is completely lost.
Yeah, that's so weird. And I just like to imagine this scenario where like there's a person out there that has no idea that there's sounds coming out of the controller because they play with the headphones.
Yeah.
And like they're like people that they live with just listen to 3 hours of phantom dashing,
Yeah, I
just
think
like
it. I
speed running the game, and it's like vom, 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 and somebody just knocks on the door. Like I've been listening to this for 3 hours, and they're like
I think
listening to what?
I think it is up to Nefarious, by the way.
Oh, the chip tune thing.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
gotta be.
Um, yeah, let's not worry about that. I just wanted the small hammer. Okay. So yeah, I think. Oh, and in the topic of the Pulse, 3D audio, whatever. I know 3D audio. Okay, I know 3D audio is not 3D panning audio, which has existed for years. Um, in games, I mean. But even then, like, I cannot tell the difference.
I'm curious how that sounds. Because like, is it better than like 7.1 headphones or something? Like, what
I don't
is the
know. I mean,
actual
they said like
technological difference?
the majority of headphones are compatible with that, so it's not just like their Pulse 3D audio. Which, like, of course they'll say like
Okay, but then
it's better with that.
how? Then that's like a software technology, I guess,
Yeah, but
which,
but it's not.
you know,
But it's not 3D panning because sounds coming out from one direction, and you being able to tell where the sound's coming from. That's been in games for a lot of time.
yeah, I'm really curious what's the actual difference. Because like in shooters, for example,
Hmm.
there's 3D sound, and it's very important that I can point out that somebody's
Yeah.
walking upstairs to the right, and I can pinpoint that already with just regular. I don't even know. I think my headphones is just regular stereo. It's not even
Yeah.
like 5.1 or 7.1.
And it's
So I'm curious what's the actual new thing
and
in
it's the
that.
same with the I don't know how many Ds already are in those videos, like the 8D or 27D or whatever, which is just 3D because it's just spatial versions of
Oh,
songs that are on YouTube, you know, where they
oh
just
no.
change where the sound's coming from and then just go around. Um, so
Yeah, there's still 3D.
yeah, but like I know there's like um different ways of doing that. There's um how simply how you balance between like where the sound's coming from. Then there's um a study of how our ears and the anatomy of the ears capture actually the sounds and detect from the waves where is it actually coming from. um so you have your diagrams and so on, and you can modify that to make your brain think that the sound is coming from another side. um
Yeah. That's not really 3D though. There's like sound, like audio occlusion and like
yeah.
live equalization that they muffle specific frequency ranges. Like I think the Club Nefarious thing kind of tried to do that. Like you just hear muffled club music from the distance. It's mostly like deeper sounds. And then as you get closer, like the
No,
more
but
crisp
when you
beats
turn
and whatever.
in with headphones, when you turn around, you can hear it like from one side and then from the other.
I
um
mean, yeah, obviously that's, but like on
but yeah, I
top of
think that's
that,
it. Yeah.
suggest space and like, is there anything between you and the sound source
Hmm.
and
Yeah, yeah.
kind of stuff like that. But there's not more dimensions. That's
Oh, no,
like
no, no,
just,
absolutely. Like the 8D, I don't know
yeah.
why they. I think it's 8D, the common one. I don't know why they made it 8. Like seriously. But then there's like the whole study of like different kinds of types of ears and so on that Mark Cerny was so excited about. Um,
It sounds interesting. I'm curious to try it one day.
yeah. So yeah, I also I like I'll probably bring out dreams a lot, I guess. But again, in there you have like your just 3D, like when you put a sound effect or a clip or whatever, you can enable 3D panning, and that's it. Like that's not 3D audio per se. It's like the old method. And I saw, well, it was Bogdan Vera, or Vera. Um, yeah. Uh, that was once in my stream while I was playing Dreams on the early access, I think. So I feel bad for the guy with the meme, of Bogdan
Oh
Nevera.
no.
I mean, it's not anything bad or anything like, but like every once in a while there's a Bogdan Nevera spam from one of Chew people.
It's not me. It's definitely not me.
um no, but yeah, it was him. Who I saw. I can't remember for the life of me. I think he actually mentioned what was exactly the difference between like the old method and 3D panning that you have in Dreams and the actual 3D audio in the new games, and how it was in a thread about the game and how in that game it wasn't actually 3D audio.
I mean, 3D stereo 3D maybe is what it was,
Hmm.
but like that already has to involve like sensing up and down as well.
Yeah.
And stereo headphones can do that. I'm not sure how, but mine does it.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that's like the game is probably the best gameplay feel overall in any Ratchet game. Um, there's I don't want to go into specifics because there's then movement and traversal, then there's arsenal, then there's combat, there's exploration, there's all these stuff that are separate points. Uh, so like,
Hell, you're confusing them. It's a lot of words.
so yeah, let's just say it's a blast to. Oh, thanks, Nick. It's a blast to play. I don't have like the criticisms I would have with a PS4 game in like general feel and how it plays. Um, I think it's probably the most refined Ratchet game to play. Doesn't mean I would like to play older games like this. I think Rack One is probably the one that has like the more different controls, and it's aged. People say the worst, but still, the game is designed around that scheme, so I think it just fits perfectly. Would I like Strafe? Probably, but just that. I think
Yeah, strafe is all that would need.
I think there's no need for like hover boots or dashes
Maybe,
or like different
maybe
weapons or.
a slight like double jump
Oh yeah,
power, just a very slight, or just extend the timer because
I mean the
it's
double
kind of
jump in Rack
awkward.
One is just lets you stay
It's
in
hang
the air.
time
Yeah, it
extra.
just lets you stay in the air for longer and thus like make some longer uh jumps more than higher.
Yeah, but then you can just macaroni hyperstrike.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that's why if they ever do not a port but an actual remake like they did with Crash, Spyro and so on. Um oh, I almost died there. I fear that they not only like change the move set, like not only they might remove all the sick as fuck movement tech, um, they could like change completely the move set to be more like PS4 rack, and that would be a shame, actually.
Yeah, modernization would not work with the old level designs and everything,
Yeah,
or the old feel. I feel like.
and I think that's like both level design and movement is probably one of my favorite things about the original trilogy, apart from story, satire, humor, whatever. Um, that still would put Going Commando on top of Rift Apart for me. So Yeah. And Going Commando already has Strafe and has like the foundation of what Rack is today. So
True. Yeah.
yeah,
I would say like for me, like as a closing words on section one,
yeah,
on gameplay feel is uh, the first time I picked up the game, it immediately felt like a mix of old and PS4. It
yeah,
was rigid in many ways, like the PS4.
yeah,
The range swings, the run
yeah.
animations, they're kind of more snappy, but also kind of like less natural flow, less momentum,
Hmm.
less like it's more hard coded movement in a way.
Yeah. I
But I noticed an effort to make it more fluid
yes.
than the PS4 was. So there's more swing shot momentum. It's not the PS2 days, but it does
Okay.
something. And the hover boots also stack momentum with other stuff. So there's physics there at least.
Yeah.
I'm happy
I
about
mean,
that.
I wanted to reserve that for movement and traversal, but it's the next point, so let's segue perfectly into that. Point two
Yeah.
is precisely movement and traversal. Yeah, I want to comment on that because again, like PS4 swing shots are like I think it started PS3 days on Todd. The swing shot is a bit more rigid. I think they realized how broken it was in PS2, like broken in the sense of how exploited it could be. Um,
But that's not casual though. Like
yeah,
swing shot proxy is not something you do as like a
yeah, but
9-year-old kid playing.
I guess like it had also some implications like on the dev side. Um,
Yeah.
so I think Todd still is it's good. Um, Acid feels a bit more rigid than the Nexus are. I mean, Nexus comes after Awful One, which has the multiple characters latching onto each other mechanic, like in Little Big Planet 2. Um, with the hookshot or grapple hook? Grapple hook. Um, which was probably like also a pain to to get right. Um, and also like one character swings a bit, the next character is like a double pendulum. It's not swinging onto the main target, it's swinging
Oh
around the
no.
first character, so it
A
has
chaotic
like
system. No.
I mean, to avoid that it's much more limited, but
Oh.
still like the second character, like if the second character is on the palm of my of this hand. I don't want to say it's my left hand, but like I don't want to say left right because I'm mirrored and like I don't know how it looks for you. But if the second character is here, the second character swings much more than the first one, which is in the tip of my finger of this hand. So like when this character uh, stops latching onto the first one, the momentum is much higher, and the first one has to get like a boost to actually get to the second platform. And usually, what happens is it has to latch onto the second character that's already made the jump to actually ensure that you jump there. So like it's probably that swing shot was probably a nightmare to get right. Um, but then Nexus feels like um, as not as stiff as PS4, but like on that trend of making um I mean, the swing shots that you just latch onto and grab towards are always basically the same. But the ones that you actually swing um, around change from like a complete freedom of movement and make being able to not only swing in one plane and making an arc and defining an arc on that plane, but like being able to just do circular movements around in rack one. Uh, in Oltanis, letting you get the gold bolt at the end of the swing shot course, just latching onto the like the second swing shot target and just swinging in another direction.
Yeah. Yep. And Umbris, you can also skip like
Yeah.
you can save like 3 seconds if you skip all the way from the ship to the bottom
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
But like wow, such a skip. There's no better skip on Umbris for sure
Yeah. No,
for
absolutely no,
saving
no,
time.
no, no, no ship to boss that we know of. But I want to
Yep.
go to somewhere that actually, because this has a hurl shot, but not a swing shot per se. Let's go to the. Oh, let's do something first, actually. Well, no, I'll do it. I'll do this later. I think it's better if I do this later. Um. So let's just do it normally. Um. I think I've never returned to Corson 5 after beating Corson 5. Oh look, the Constructo Pistol logo there.
Ah, now I can finally experience the
Oh,
city
yeah.
without the threat of being kidnapped.
And look, it's the Jack power cell on the large
What's
building.
what's that though? Oh, Raritinium.
Ah,
But yeah, this is the Constructo Pistol with the Constructo C that then came back for. Was it FFA's Combuster with the Constructo C here? And it's like, you don't get that. You don't have no right.
you don't get that badge of honor,
Yeah.
you abomination.
So yeah, let me go real quick to. Oh, I can do this with hover boots now. This is gonna be easy.
Way too easy.
Yeah. Oh, one with Phantom Dash, Jesus. Oh, look. And
Oh,
it
it's
says SK?
wasn't that MK? Isn't that
No,
the same
MK
side?
MK is the kitty cat
Yeah,
one
I thought they
for
just used the
Mike.
same
No, no, no. The
logo.
M actually looks like an M. Um, hold on. It is. It's like a Ra, but sideways, like flipped.
It's a fireman.
Yeah, it's an S.
You and your Rayman threes. Sorry, our Rayman threes.
I think it was Steve, so I don't know why is the K. Okay, let me actually go to. Yeah, it was Steve. I don't know the K, but like this is Mike, so MK makes sense. But Steve, I don't know. But hey, located. Okay. Oh, I didn't.
What you were
What?
doing anyway?
What the fuck? I didn't get this on challenge mode. Or do they reappear?
Um, I think every new challenge mode
No, yeah,
respawns
but
them.
like this is a complete handle challenge mode, so I don't know.
Oh, like in revisiting the planet? I don't think so.
Yeah, they shouldn't, right? No, no. And I'm so freaking hot. You're scalding. I should have them up, but you will not. Okay. Um,
Are you going to the Zircon
I'm going
tutorial thing?
to. No, well, I mean, yes, but I'm not gonna do it. Maybe I will. Not bad.
Oh my god.
Oh, hello, guys. But I have it easy
Oh,
now.
you have
I
dash.
have it easy
Okay.
now.
Okay. You know how long I spent,
Hey, I can do it this
and now
way.
you just dash.
Hey, I can do it this way too. Don't worry about.
Please.
Oh fuck.
Yes, that's the real way.
What the
That's
fuck?
more like it. That's exactly the right way. That's floor 3. I can tell by the purple
Shh.
microchip circuit texture.
Don't worry, I can get on top. Don't worry, I've done this several times already. Shit. Come on, not that. There we go. Okay, right now it's easier the intended way, but like, let's have some fun, shall we? But yeah,
Oh,
this
you
also.
lost your hover boots. Oh no.
I mean, I guess this also ties back into movement and traversal, like being able to do this. Oh, oh.
Not like that.
I know I'm like above where you usually are, but like I thought you could just go that way. All
No,
right.
there's a lot of walls that prevent you
Yeah,
from
yeah, yeah.
getting
There's a
back
lot
in
of walls
bounds,
in the
which
whole
is
game. Jesus.
if you ever get stuck out of bounds, it's a whole new challenge to get back. if you don't want to like
Yeah,
reload.
because in the original racks, at least in rack 2, there's the one-sided invisible walls where you cannot get from like the intended, like from inbounds to out of bounds, but once you're out of bounds you can just walk past it, which is cool. uh but not here. Okay, so what I wanted to say is that or to show is this type of swing shot target, because um on rack 1 you had the two balls, um and when you swung um when you actually latched onto them, um you can then change direction horizontally and they would move, so the connection, like you actually, the swing made sense and you were in the plane indicated by perpendicular to the line connecting those two balls. I made it sound weird, but you know what I mean.
Nah, you didn't. No, that's not gonna be a code anywhere.
But here these targets are completely static. Well, I mean, they open up and so on, but like they do not rotate. That's the point. So you have this plane here perpendicular to this neon line, defined and fixed, and you can only swing in this plane and also at a constant distance. I think if you swing, yeah, if you latch on farther back, you just get like first move towards the predetermined radius, and then you just swing in that radius.
Oh, but you can do the if you side flip out of the sweep shot, like you just latch for like 2 frames and then immediately side jump out, and you just do that left and right.
But like,
That can have some interesting results.
like, what do you mean side flip out of?
I don't know if you can like how you can cancel the latching early, but you can like
Well, well,
there is a way to
oh,
just
oh,
oh
okay.
no.
Jesus.
I guess you wanna wait, no, which level has a swing shot right at the
Uh,
start?
Torrent 4. But like, I wanted to
Didn't
check.
that transform into a wall run? Like past the
Yeah, but
wall
there's
run, there's
like after the swing shot, there's a wall run. A wall run. Um. Oh, here, there's one. Okay. Um.
oh yes, the one where the broken skid was.
Yeah. So what was the thing?
I'm not sure about the buttons because I only saw it happen. I didn't have it myself. I never tried. But yeah, like you can keep a lot of sideways momentum. It kind of feels like it adds up with the swing shot, but also like um you don't get like canceled out by the swing shots rules as you latch
Mm.
on, and it like, decreases your momentum.
Mm. One thing I did
But anyway, that's not
notice.
important for the review. Is just
Yeah, no,
we'll
but
check that out later.
did Clank say a fascinating rhythm?
Guess he's never heard that before.
Okay. So basically, what I noticed is that if you stop latching here, you basically get thrown up and barely make it. But if you stop latching there, you get a lot of forwards momentum. You can see the difference. Like if you stop latching at the end, you stop latching there. Which makes sense because at this point here, your velocity is perpendicular to the chord, so you're basically going up.
But your velocity is always perpendicular to the chord until the point of release.
Yeah, that's
That is,
yeah, but I mean, it makes sense that if you stop latching when you're lower, you get more forward speed.
I mean, yes, because gravity is not fighting the forward
There we go.
force, only
Yeah.
the downwards one.
Then whatever it is.
What is gravity anyway in these games?
Yeah.
Looking at you, Blizzon. Or
What?
Blizzard, whatever.
Please on what? Okay. So yeah, here's the here's the momentum where you don't need it. Okay.
So hover boots, how do you feel about the hover boots coming back
Hover
in
boots
general?
are the best variation of the hover boots in any game. That's for
How do you
sure.
like the pump mechanic?
It's actually good.
Not talking about the plumber this time, indicated by the lore of Rift Apart.
The pumping mechanic.
No. So yeah, do you like the mechanic
Yep.
of the boots?
I think.
Did you play with the auto pump on or off?
No, I didn't actually. I wanted to do that. Auto aim. Auto pump. So it still takes time, which was to be expected, I guess. It just,
It's optimal time, I guess.
yeah.
Unless there's like a intentional delay.
What? Uh. Yeah. I mean, and if you want to go slow for a sec, then this is like, yeah. You have less control, but of course it's better. Like as an accessibility option, it's perfect to avoid you having to press repeatedly a button. That's cool.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
So one of my points for this, now that we are on movement and traversal,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I had one too. Yeah, yeah, go on.
it was that it felt weird to me how many jumps, like ridiculously long jumps, you could make with the hover boots, which rendered like 70% of level design obsolete. Not in a sense that, oh, you did a skip, you broke the sequence, but as in there's a swing shot and the wall run, or you can just hover boot over, like casually just double jump over things. And a lot of level pieces had this thing where there were all these platforms laid out, or all these challenges or things to engage with, like in Pocket Dimensions, that you just skip
Yeah.
because you got the boots, and it feels like they weren't planned to have the boots.
I don't know if they
I don't
actually
know.
realized how broken
But
good.
surely,
I mean, they
at
have
least
to, right?
to an extent.
Like, I'm sure the QA team noticed all this.
It's like nobody double jumped with a fully pumped hover boot. Like, surely they had
yeah,
to know.
yeah. But especially in Blizzard Prime, there's like, I think even in speed runs, that level is the one that you can skip the most of because you can just, even without um the range swing against the wall to yeet yourself, um just regular high speed, like top speed, top intended speed hover boots with a double nicely timed double jump and a dash gets you through the whole level. Like after the first couple of I mean, I know there's a way to actually get around because there's a death plane and an invisible wall at the very start, to avoid you being able to go around the building because the door is blocked on one dimension, and there's another door right behind. Um, I know there's a way of avoiding that death plane, and going around the invisible wall. Um, but even then, if you do it casually after the first couple of dimensional changes, um, you go outside on the lava dimension, or on the working drill dimension, and there's a bridge that has collapsed, and there's like a couple of road signs saying you can go there, and you have to go around some rocks. And Rivet is like, we're gonna have to go the long way across. You can just double jump. And,
Yeah, it's so weird because even on
and then you have
um
to get the lift on Blizzard to go back down to the mining hub. You can just hoverboard double jump down way faster.
that's a
Um,
positive improvement
oh,
for sure.
absolutely.
Not
I'm
having
never
to
taking
wait
the
for
lift again.
elevators.
Um, maybe that one you have to get a bit of a speed boost with a range swing, but I'm not sure. Like I think you can make it with a dash. Um, exploiting everything possible. Um, but yeah, I think the first instance we encountered this, and that's why I'm here actually, um, was here because of course I did the mission we didn't see in the state of play first. So we were here. We were like, whoa, this is actually a new Ratchet and Clank game with new levels, new environments that we're exploring, and we don't know anything of. So I was here. So again, I did it first, so I didn't have wall running or um,
Same.
dashing.
Yeah.
So absolutely nothing. I only had the glide boots, and there was Raritanium here. So
Yep.
if you time your double jumping correctly, you cannot get to it. But again, as getting on top of these boxes doesn't feel intended this way. But hey, um, I mean, I did it,
I jumped on top of the circular gate and
yeah.
you can literally just
But
jump
I
over.
mean, this is with a dash. But again, like if
Like,
you do the first mission first, you can do that with a dash. But here it is, just double jump.
yeah, it's even easier from the circle gate.
Yeah,
But
absolutely
yeah,
easier.
and
But
the
that
the other thing
like
is
the circle gate really doesn't feel as intended. Like this is a platform that is just typical Insomniac doing like making solid things and
I don't see intentional design. I see like a surface that I know is a walkable slope and
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
just go
But
on it.
like
That's from World of Warcraft kind of instincts kicking in.
no. Like of course this is easier, but like to get the intended way across this level, you have to be on top of one of these, and this is like an obvious hazard that kills you. So even if you don't go there, you just time your double jump correctly, or even do this, and you get it.
Yeah, you can show off the extra height with the hyper strike.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
if you
again,
can get it
this
wrong.
this, I mean, I did it correctly now. um, oh god,
Oh, you can show it on the box itself, how to get up the box without the small boxes.
yeah, shit. Also, momentum works a bit weirdly here. There we go. Here, depending on when you hyper strike, you either just fall absolutely vertically down or actually conserve a bit of forwards momentum. But again, if you've played any Ratchet game before, you know, well, for half as long as we do, you probably know that hyper strikes are used to get you a bit of extra height. So that's probably something you're gonna try, and it's probably like, again, that's also in the realm of probably not intended for that reason, but
But it's known about for sure.
something not uncommon.
Well, if you go down on the conveyor belt,
Yeah, I know what you mean, but like I wanted to do that again with just a double jump. There we go. But this is just the simplest movement in the game that you.
I can show you a simpler one. You hold L2 and you press square, and you don't
Oh
even
yeah,
have
yeah,
to
yeah.
jump
True, true,
over
true,
it
true, true. Yeah, I
because
can do it from
the
here.
raritanium
Yeah, yeah.
reacts only to the wrench, which you can conveniently throw.
And
So
look
you
at
don't
how
even have to.
far you can throw it. Like I can almost hit the back wall.
You can stand like literally anywhere nearby and just get them with the wrench throw.
I also have
So
the.
there's many ways to go about it, which is cool, but there's
Yeah,
an obvious
absolutely.
intended
Options
way, which
options are almost always welcome and cool. Um, I mean, if you have the hoverboots, then why even bother? Like you have this if you have the hoverboots. Like most of the time, you can see like a clear intended way with a wall run and a swing shot and whatnot, and you just like, well, okay, bye.
But it's kind of fun to see if
Oh,
you can do a
absolutely.
different
I
way.
love this. I mean, sometimes it's weird because it's like the level is designed as if you couldn't do that, and then you just boop do it normally.
Hey, it's like, oh, there's an island, you can jump over there, and it's an empty island, but it's so easy to get there. Like, how, is this not intended? Then why is it so easy to
Oh,
just?
I just found it.
What did you find?
I didn't know it was here. So I found the Xerxes one, the Ardolis one, the Viceron one.
What did you find?
This.
Al, what did you find?
Don't you see it?
Oh, the IG orb.
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't find
I
the person
had no
found it.
idea there's on different levels. I only knew about the Xerxes
Oh
one.
god. Let me do this real quick because I have pics with all of them that I found. The Cordelian one I also found. I haven't found the
What
Sargasso
if
one,
there's
and
no prompt,
no,
but you
there's
press
nothing. Okay,
L1?
let me. No. And they're not. I can turn on the shader to.
Yeah, but they wouldn't give it away with that, would they?
I don't know. Uh, I like the red here because Corson 5 in this factory is pretty reddish. Ratchet's floating.
Yeah, let's don't worry about that.
Oh, I didn't post. Anyway. um. Okay, yeah. Let me do that. You have a high contrast thing and this. Huh. Those are hazards? But yeah, there's
Are
really.
they? Can you die by touching them?
I don't know.
Well,
Oh!
touch them.
Oh, look at Plank's antenna. Like how small it is really. And how big it is on the shader.
I think the particle effect is also covered by the shader. Though it wouldn't make sense because it's not an opaque object.
Yeah.
It's a translucent post-process thing.
This actually looks like the pose on Rack 1's cover.
Yep.
But like this looks more like it than this. Well, when you look there. With the new face, it doesn't look as much. No, don't quit.
And then the Ouya cover with the fake weapon
Oh my god.
never existed. What if the liquid nitrogen gun was like supposed to be the infector at V5? And that's
Okay, so you can
that
hit
whole
it
thing.
and then it reacts to physics. But that's it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I had the Cordelian one. It's like in a pile of junk, and I almost lost it. I moved it around. Like I kind of wish there was like a socket of some kind where you could just move the ball around and just like plant it somewhere to activate a super secret lock or something. But then what would you do
This
with the circuit?
entire paragraph sounds so terrible. Okay, you'll maybe if you listen back. Now I just ruined it for you. I'm sorry.
Oh. I thought you meant like terrible gameplay wise, not like out of context.
Oh no. Gameplay wise, it's perfect.
um, but yeah, then what would you do with the Zerkis one?
Yeah, I have no idea. Put it somewhere else.
Put it in the slot. So yeah, about the hyper strike giving extra height, you can see here how you can just wall jump and hyper strike back onto it with a bit of glide. You have to press X for a second. And well, I mean, on these ones that are moving, probably just with. No, yeah, you need the X for a sec. For split.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. No, I thought that if these ones are moving, then you probably don't need as much forward momentum. So you probably just with with a hyper strike, you might be able to already get it, but I guess not. But that's fine. That's okay.
You need the extra momentum to push the physics simulated player capsule collision object on top of the thing.
Yeah, wait. They, it was here, wasn't it?
Wait. No, it was wait, was there a stack? Which way are you facing right now?
Here on the.
Okay, yeah, it was there, yeah. But there was an extra train on the side, no?
I mean, that might. Yeah.
I don't know if
In
it
this.
was on the train or if it
No.
was
It was on the platform on the station for sure.
because the train was static too.
Yeah.
But
Here
maybe
there
they
was a
removed all of
train.
the train.
I mean, no, but the train moved. When you get there, the train arrives and there's some enemies.
Yeah, but then it stays there.
Yeah.
Al, how do
What?
I saw the rift? How do you feel about rift
Oh,
tethering and the rift things?
what?
In terms of traversal?
Okay, so I feared that. Yo, Nick, I didn't see you there. Hey, hi. Good name here.
Hey, Nick.
Good game here. Yeah. Good game. Stop streaming. And my review is good game. Will I die? Yes. Okay.
Bad game, broken game. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
review.
No, that's why I wanted to go this way. Because I don't remember where, but you can. I mean, I know you know, Sal, but oh, okay, fine.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
You can climb this building and
Which building?
this one.
Sorry, I was not. I was looking at my notes, which I'm very conveniently conservative with. I'm economical with my notes. You have to go outside. I mean, it's easy if you go outside.
Okay, I know I did it from inside. Oh, maybe not, because I was looking for a pipe. No, yeah, I did it this way. Yeah.
And then more to the
okay.
left. There's a big pipe on the left, and then
Yeah,
there's another lamp, and it's the same thing.
that was
You
scary.
have to be under the sign.
Yo, Cheek is back. Hello. Okay. Hello, camera. Okay.
That's how I
There we go.
on my first visit to
No, I
Fairy
did it.
City.
I did it this way. Yeah.
And then you have to. That's
Yeah, circumvent this.
Yeah, which is a slippery surface, and I felt my death
Oh,
many
hello.
times. Well, I guess the airship
Yeah,
doesn't have
this is
collisions.
This is still.
Oh, the death plane is still there. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I died before, so.
So for any casual players, you can just have the hover boot, not the hover boots, the glide boots, I guess.
Yeah, I also want to talk about that.
So basically,
Yeah,
your first visit.
You have to go around it. It's like this, and then there's no death plane, and then you can.
Yeah,
be here.
but I got here, and you cannot fight the boss early, so
Yeah,
everybody can go home.
You don't have glitch, so you cannot do that.
There's literally nothing you can do except the praying robots. If you hit them with the wrench,
Yeah.
they stop the praying animation. They just walk away.
Oh, this.
And then when you come back for the actual cutscene, they just slide back awkwardly into praying animation because they were not supposed to leave the animation.
Yeah, and there's an invisible wall here, which is lame. So you cannot strike a pose with.
Oh, Al.
What?
I was gonna ask you again about your opinion on the Rift, so we can like keep going with the list. And it's a perfect opportunity to show the first weird unintended collectible sequence break with the Rift and the Gold Ball.
Which is
Skid part.
Oh
The
yeah.
skid chase.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I almost did that before. So yeah, both
I almost did that.
both Nick and I on our first playthrough, on the skid chase, well, on the Phantom Dude bro chase. Fuck you, Swing Shadow. Okay, so we were here. No, sorry. That's even worse. You go here and you see a gold bolt, like right behind it, and you see a rift, and you're like, okay, I can latch onto those. So I know it's right there. So I see the ledge. You don't have the hover boots, and there's a okay, there's a clear fence there.
Yeah, always go at an angle if you want to climb the rails.
Shit. Yeah. So intended route for me too. Like, what's I mean. So basically,
What a fascinating rhythm.
okay, Clank. That's like the fourth time you said that now. Okay. So as a pro rack player, you're like, okay, there's a secret there. Of course, I have to like do um
You kind of
unconventional
know it's
and
there. You
and
need a leap of faith.
exactly. You're like, you have to perform like unconventional movement to get there. So you're like, you have the glide boots and you have the rift tether, and you can even land here without it, and you just get it, and then you're trapped because there's no way out. Like I thought this would open or something, but then you find like the intended way, like that. But
Yep. And people I saw play the game were all like, "Wait, that's where you're supposed to get it from?" No, that's lame.
oh shit, I thought I was on range only, and I still had like range throw with Archu. Oops.
Science. If your quick tangent, if your range damage scales with health, then yes, Nick, doing 10 health in a completely new save is probably the hardest one.
It doesn't scale with health.
Okay, never
Um,
mind. Trailers
because
lied.
um, like throughout the whole game on the same planet, you can deal 150 damage to one enemy that dies in two hyper strikes. Um, and like 1,100 to another enemy that dies in two hyper strikes.
Hmm, okay.
Ah shit. Oh,
The
but yeah.
hardest one, Nick, is no question NG plus, but you
Yes.
avoid killing almost anything in the first playthrough, so you have like 40 health. You start NG plus. That's probably the hardest one.
And no armor to not have any
Well,
perks.
naturally, you don't collect any of the things.
Yeah.
But
So yeah,
the arena challenges,
these labs are
don't
solid.
they give you?
They give the Carbonox advanced, which are more bolts. Also, you have to complete like
Okay.
the
Okay.
whole cup to get the arena.
Oh, that it's easy to do minimalist percent.
Yeah. Also, yeah, those lamps are solid. So when I actually got back there, I was like, "Whoa! I missed the platform. Let's go back," and broke these crates that were here, and that was it.
So Al, how do the rifts feel, man?
Okay. um, the rifts are really cool. I feared that. I think that's what I started saying before. I feared that they would have overused it as a secret hiding mechanic, like that rift on the skid chase there. If what we Nick and I did was the intended way, that would be a bit too much. Like there's no way, like there's no real way to see it. Uh, and the same goes for the Cordillean. Like the only instances where the rifts are really hidden are where they are like super high up. Again, players don't look up. The Cordillean spy bot is on a lower, on a super upper ledge, and you have to rift tether to. Um, and there's like three Raritanium and Ardolis that also um, have one rift tether super high up. But other than that, like
I'm curious how many of those I could find a skip for. I kind of spent all my time on Sargasso just breaking everything.
no.
So do they feel nice, Al? Is the rifts like a good
Yes.
inclusion?
I think like I think a lot of people expected something else. I think I expected just what it happened and feared that it would be uh, a cheap way to thanks, a cheap way to hide collectibles, which it wasn't. So that's nice.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I had
I
some worries, I should say,
hmm
from the trailers when I saw that you stop the movement, you freeze in place,
yes
you
okay
like extend the cord, and
for
then
I think it's fast enough, but for combat um I think they're not the greatest. Like I think in all my play on all my playtime that I've streamed, you can check how many times I've rift tethered in combat when there were other options. And I'm gonna bet it's not a lot.
But Arena
Because
1, Challenge 3.
yeah, because not only you don't get iframes, so you can get hit while extending the cord, while pulling it and on the end lag. Um, but also usually where do I want to test this? Probably in the arena.
What's going on with Rivet?
You can do a Ghost Ratchet and crash the game. On Challenge 3 Arena 1.
Hmm?
You can do Ghost Ratchet and just lock the game up completely. Fun. Very thematical for the game.
Okay.
Okay, meanwhile,
So,
I'll say what I wanted to say quickly.
Okay, I was reading Sapphire. In both Rift Tethering and Phantom Dashing in combat feels terrible, you're so fucked. Well, I mean, it feels great, you just die. No, Phantom Dashing, you like, it's the one way not to die. But Rift Tethering, yes. Not only that, but I also wanted to do a setting with actual enemy placement, so let's go do this one. Shut up, Zircon.
We'll get to that at
Yes.
like 3 a.m. at some point.
So okay, let's. Did I? Because I lowered the difficulty. No, okay, I turned it back. I lowered the difficulty to check how in this challenge in second. Oh, but I have the invincibility cheat, right? Yes. Okay. Perfect. In this challenge, in the hardest difficulty, there's health. On the second hardest, there's no ammo. There's no health breaks. So it's much harder. Like enemies don't hit as much, and like, we'll get into combat, but the flying goons are also like not as OP. But there's no health grades on an easier difficulty than this. So yeah, that's the thing. Okay, I thought there were rifts in two of the sides. There are, okay. But there's... Oh, it's just in this one. Okay. I want enemies in that... Come on, Rivet, thank you. I want enemies on that platform to prove my point, or to show what I was talking about, so let me just...
Oh, you can dash like on the wall, which is the way I just avoided the problem
Yeah.
of
No, yeah, but
being hit on the wall.
I have invincibility on now, so okay.
No,
Okay.
but
There.
like casually,
So,
I mean.
here. Yeah. Oh, I like this one.
Hell.
Sorry, I haven't seen this one with the...
Ooh, a butterfly.
Okay, so this is the setup I was talking about. So, first of all, well, there's a shot that's getting close to me. But here you have a rift, an enemy in a rift behind the enemy. So, you can dash out of the way for a sec to avoid like the shots that he's already shooting at you, and so on. And then you rift tether. So if like first of all you have to set up a bit to avoid getting hit while the animation of extending the cord and pulling it towards you is playing. That's for one. The second part is then you are there, but one, you're behind the enemy, and two, you're facing away from the enemy. Like
Can
this.
you initiate a pull like mid dash so you can negate the vulnerability at least at the start?
Maybe. No. You can do this now. Which is the cancel like you can do this, right?
Yeah.
The double dash. So you can cancel it and like this. So you
Very
get
angry.
yeah. And then pull it, but then your invincibility frames are also gone. So like if I turn this off, Um, and somehow I got hit because I collected the nanotech. I don't know if it was during the thing or after it, but there.
Oh, don't even. We'll get there in combat section, but
Yeah,
oh
yeah, yeah.
boy.
But yeah, you teleport to here, and then you have to turn the camera because they're facing the other way. Ooh. I had never done photo mode while the rift
What if you
is...
go through it with the camera? Does the camera warp?
Shit, too fast.
No,
Oh,
probably
oh,
not.
oh, oh, oh!
What?
Oh, that's it. Okay. So technically,
All right,
yes
buddy.
and no. So the camera was still there because the rift was being activated. Oh god. Okay. Um, but Rivet was already here. So the camera just was there on photo mode and just went all the way here progressively. So let's do it again. Nice. So here you can see.
Maybe it would have been a
Boop.
good idea to just not have the game actually.
Boop. Boop. Oh shit. No. um,
Oh, see ya, Meg.
Nick
Take
has
care,
to go.
buddy.
See ya, man. Go to the. Go to be back. Good to be back. What? Don't worry, Mick. Have fun. Or in.
Meg will have like an 11-hour VOD just waiting at some
Yeah.
point.
Yeah. This pose though. This pose is sick.
I need to have dinner by 10. That's an incentive for me to.
Yeah, me too. Like between 9 and 10, I would love to.
Okay. So yeah, Rift to me, seeing the trailers, it felt very static
Huh.
and not. I think fun for me personally is like fluid things, momentum-based things,
Hmm.
dynamic things.
Yeah, it
And
looked
the
like a
Rift
little
felt
bit
like it stops everything. It does like
the animation,
a
and then
mini
you're
loading screen, kind of.
yeah,
And
just the
then
teleport to the
you
other
don't even
side.
like swoosh in a satisfying way. You just stand still and pull the level to you. So it's like
Hmm.
even more static-y.
I think
And
the
it feels like that in gameplay too for me. So I'm not a fan of the animations or how it feels,
hmm.
like how static it is, but it is a fun addition to get up to ledges where you couldn't.
Hmm. I
But like
think
it's a pace breaker for me.
I think it's so fast it doesn't really feel like a pace breaker. It just in combat it has way more disadvantages than advantages. Even in like tactical situations where you're changing to the high ground or whatever, as Clan said. Not another character from fiction, like not one has said any advantages about the high ground. So yeah, basically if I go here, oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay.
Did you do it? Did you crash the game?
Yep. What? Broken game. Um. This is always scary as fuck. Oh my god. Okay, so I
Oh
think it's
no.
fast enough for it to be cool and like quick and fun. But in combat, I think it doesn't offer. Having the dash, I think rift tethering is just redundant and just like the worst option.
You don't have control, kind of. That's my other
Yeah.
problem is if you can just dash left and right, make a run for it, it feels more interactive than escaping by
You don't
press the
say PS5.
button.
You don't fucking say. Okay. So basically, yeah, I think like the whole animation being static, um, and not letting you move and not making you invincible. It's like you press a button and then you're sold completely.
Yeah, and you're completely out of the picture. You watch it happen, you don't do anything.
Hmm. I mean, the from when you pull it to when you actually regain control, I think that's fine because it's like again it's super fast. But I think it's like the preparation you need. I don't know. Oh, by the way, it's weird how in this challenge you cannot use the hover boots, but in other challenges from the bronze cap, which is again before you get to Savali, you actually can. It's super weird. Um, but yeah, I'm pressing R1 and I'm just sprinting now. But yeah, about the dash, I think, and again we'll get to combat more in
Is it
detail after.
because you weapon
No,
equipment, like forced weapon equipment?
no, you can use the range.
Okay. No idea.
Uh,
Then
the bad thing is it's actually gun skilled with the enforcer, so you cannot do this range only. But hey, the warmonger and the headhunter you can, which is cool.
what if they fall to lava?
No,
If
I
you knock
think
them
you
into the
have.
lava
I
with the
think you
enforcer,
have
it
to.
counts.
Yeah, with the enforcer, yeah, but like this, no. So if you do this, then yeah. I mean, I think this one in particular was dead before reaching, like before getting to the lava. But let's try and.
What if you tag them with the enforcer and then finish them with the range?
No, the other way around though, yeah. So if I do this, how is that? What the fuck? So first enforcer, okay, and then range. Oh,
I guess they were burning from the thing,
yeah,
so that counts.
yeah, but that's a Raritanium upgrade, so you need to buy the enforcer. Okay, no, I'll say that in combat. Let me save point for when we're discussing them. So yeah, I think rifts have been used pretty well, and they're just useless in combat. Um,
They're not optimal.
yeah, and then we have okay, we have exploration. Okay, so yeah, I think like
Yes.
the other rifts, the purple ones, um, can have like also, or not the other rifts. Sorry, the Blizon. What the hitting Blizon, um, also has some interesting things for traversal. But again, like a lot of them in Blizzard specifically, because Cordillean at least it's a station, so you cannot go through walls to get to another corridor. But like Blizzard is pretty open, so you can just and you don't have to change back and forth between dimensions.
I found it weird how they didn't use the pocket dimension style portals to change you between the alternate versions of the planets. Like the portal could be placed there just like the Blizon crystal without the
Yeah,
weird oh, they're filled with energy and they also now apparently transfer dimensions if you hit them for some reason.
yeah, and also like Blizon is not phase quartz, but it's in the same planet where you extract phase quartz and looks exactly like it, except Kit says, then in Cordillean, why is it so purple? So it's like, why introduce this second crystal type thing that does basically the same thing? Well, actually, why introduce? I'll get more into that when we talk about story. But why introduce the third type of crystal that does basically the same thing, but you have to specify that no, it's not exactly. Just it has stored this dimensional energy, whatever. Uh, and now you can hit it to change dimension.
Yeah, that felt kind of off, and that's why I would have just portals in place of the Blizon, because it's
I guess it is because how it how it looks. Like you hit the blizzard, the level changes completely around, and you can be looking at there, and you have everything different around you, and it looks so fucking
yeah, but same
sick.
thing if you step in and look around, it's like, whoa, it's the same room.
Yeah, but
Like
then you
it's
have
literally
to
just like a filter
no,
in a circle. Like you see the
but
same thing that's behind it, just like all ruined or whatever.
yeah, but also with the blizzard, you hit it, the level you're in uh deloads, and the new level loads.
And yeah, I know. Like performance wise, it makes sense.
This one, the pocket dimension is like hidden like way over there or something, you know. It's loaded. You just get teleported. So they would need to have like two Blizzards loaded at all times, or like at least the set. Like in this game, they said the levels are not fully loaded from the start. They streamed, so like not the complete level is loaded at once when you land on the level even normally. Not even like
There's absolutely no reason with an SSD to load the whole level.
yeah. So again, that's why like the sentence from Marcus Smith that this is the whole level we have loaded. It's not just a chunk. It's like yeah, but no, you're not loading levels even when you actually go there normally. So
It's probably like not an alternate, like separate section.
exactly,
It's
it's
the
like
levels,
you
but like a
are in the
skeleton version
you
of the
are in the
level.
level. If the rift didn't appear, you could explore the whole level, but again, it's not loaded all at once. But yeah, I mean that's like going too much into detail to sell the point, so I completely get it. But yeah, that's why that sentence felt like super off to me. You're not doing that.
Yeah,
Um,
that was more of a PR thing, like
yeah,
shock the audience, see how cool the tech is. He doesn't have to do what he said it could maybe do,
yeah, but to the user,
anyways.
to the player, at
Yeah.
the end, it's the same. Yeah. And it would be
So yeah,
it would
the
be even cooler if again in Savali you could explore everything to prove the point and not like the rift would open and when you move a bit away, but yeah. But yeah, about the dash before we go, like if you
oh no,
phantom
I'm
dash,
still on the phase course, like
oh okay.
on the alt version thing. The portals to have the rifts show a different version of the same planet instead of hitting the Blizon.
Mhm.
Yeah, I guess because you would have to have the other level loaded, and usually when the game otherwise switches levels, like between complete levels, quote unquote,
Mhm.
there's the flipping in the void for a few seconds because there's a transition, like you can't have both levels at the same time.
You were saying?
Please, Al, don't do that. Uh, so yeah, it makes sense why they don't have just an insta portal, but it was a cool addition. The whole Blizon thing is just the problem we'll get into later, probably. Sorry if you can hear like fire trucks, sirens, whatever. Uh, yeah, so we'll touch on later. I wanted to touch on later
Mhm.
on the thing of what was I gonna say? Goddamn fire truck. Yeah. What was I even saying? Oh man.
Sorry, I'm also on my thing.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah. I
the
wanted to
portals
get
and
into the map and
mm,
like different map for alternate phases, and it's
yeah,
confusing.
yeah. So that's more of
But yeah,
an
Blizon
exploration thing.
cool addition, I say. So yeah, about the dash you were saying.
Yeah. Hang on. Wait, hold on. You can control Blizzard and have it. Yeah, I mean, like the in-canon explanation is that Blizon is just a crystal that is used to store energy, and in this case, it's stored dimensional energy or something like that, like random
Versus shit.
versus
Yeah.
shit. Yeah. um, and that's why it's purple and looks like face quartz, I guess. Um, and then like yeah, you cannot control it, so like The thing is, it's weird because, like, in some instances, the Blizon is, or the Blizon shards or Blizon crystals are, um, in interesting spots, just laying around. But in the majority of cases, it's like the crystal, either in well, I mean, if it's in the lab on Blizzard and so on, like and Cordelian, it's okay. Like they're encased because they were used to store energy and they were used in a facility and so on. Okay, but some of them are just like crystal and circular pad on the floor, and the crystal just floating there with no protection, no cylinder, no anything. And it's so weird. Like, of course, from a game perspective, of course, you have to be clear about that's an interactable thing. It's prepared there for you to hit it, and you have the pad to make sure the ground is there at all times, and it's like also um, yeah, clear. Um, but then you like the first crystal on Blizzard is you get there and it's like
I
I
mean, that's
guess
the same point as going commando. You're down in the Tabora caverns, and oh, Gadgetron vendor and weird alien creatures, but
yeah,
there's a vendor. There's
yeah, same
surely a
same with.
consumer market here.
I mean, in Kraken Time, that's funny because in Quantos, in theory, the Pongoid um, are all against technology and like have dismantled anything technology related except the Zoni that the chief comments on. But also they have a vendor right outside the village and inside the village. And one of the trivia cards says that they cannot get rid of those according to like the Polaris Galactic Initiative of Defense, whatever, slash Epsilon or something like that. And it's cool
They
to see.
explain it.
It's cool
Yeah,
to
that's
see
cool.
that. Yeah, even if in a desert planet or like in a completely against technology civilization, there's an accord in lore that forces them to have a weapons vendor.
I'm sure there's an America joke somewhere there.
Yeah. Also, the witness in this UI too.
Al, no,
Top
stop.
left.
No.
Top left.
Yeah, I see it, but I don't wanna. So, my final point to get after an hour and a half to get to point three
Yeah.
is the Speedles.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Okay. Before that, the Phantom Dash. Feb.
oh yeah.
Okay. Now, if we're changing topic from Blizzon to thing. Um. Oh, I see your points. Jesus. Okay, then let me introduce before you we continue with yours. Let me introduce something first. Uh, Besides the dash. So if you dash normally like this, you have a bit of I think it's pretty responsive before you do it. So at the very start, um, you're just oh, um, you're just avoiding hit. But at the end, you have a bit of end lag like this when like from here to like all these animation here. Like, well, let me make it slower.
Even if you want to
From here
shoot.
to here, yeah. But you can actually jump out of it to cancel it at any time and dash again. And
But then you have the end lag again.
no, if you jump and dash, there is no end lag. You can shoot in the air already. Here, you can't.
Yeah, but
Until
you don't have to land. But is it quicker than if you dash on the ground?
I think so. Like you can jump and dash, and then you can shoot there. Oh, no, it didn't shoot. Nice. Here
Yeah, but do that on
and
the floor.
here, you have to wait for it for you to land.
I don't think that's landing. It's just it takes longer for you to land if you jump. So it feels like it's earlier.
No, but I think it's just as yeah, as the animation ends, you can already like while rivet is already multiple, you can already shoot. Like what I was
And on the floor,
there.
you're
Like
still multiple. I think it's the
but
same timing. It's just you keep moving because you're airborne, so it feels like you're still in the motion and you already shoot.
But you can also
But
cancel, and as fast as you cancel, you can shoot as instantly.
if you cancel, yeah, no question. I'm not sure about the ground versus air thing. If you just do a single dash and then wait, if you can shoot faster in
It
the air.
feels like faster.
Yeah, because you don't have the extra
No, but
added
like
time of um
there. Uh,
you would have to like time that or frame count
yeah,
because the animation is different for the two, so it's you can't compare them.
yeah.
I think the dash is an awesome thing. It's
Yeah.
one of the best additions in the
I
past
was
15 years or ever, I guess.
yeah. I was a bit like I don't know hesitant about it. Like Ratchet's always been about jumping and flipping to avoid damage and so on. Um, but like knowing finally you have a way to have some invincibility frames.
Yep, iframes were missed dearly, and they are still, which I'll get into uh in combat section
Hmm.
very shortly. But dash, the fact that it's mobility and combat
Yep.
use, which is the perfect mix for a Ratchet game,
Yeah.
it was implemented like
Yeah, I
really
feel like
well.
dashing is like the one thing in Rift Apart that now going back to other games, like oh, it's not necessary in previous Ratchet games because it wasn't that much combat focused and you didn't have Renegade Legend where the enemy AI is crazy. Um, but yay.
Yeah, I think RA was balanced around having a dash, so it's playing the game and not mastering the dash. It's harder game for sure than
Nick.
previous ones.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was made with a dash in mind and as an thought like also thought as an essential movement. Uh, so it's a lot of combat encounters are built around you being able to dash and dashing around. Like again, it's in theory also thought with the rifts in mind because in basically all combat scenarios you have a couple of rifts where you can go back and forth to get some like terrain advantage in theory, but like you can get there usually in like two dashes and a hoverboot jump, um, while being invincible for like two periods of time and also avoiding shots. So
And it's more fun and interactive. In a game,
yep.
interaction is important. Would you know?
Absolutely. And yeah, no, no, the dashing definitely makes the game way harder than it would be.
Yep, I agree on that. And I love the dash. So Al, do I get into my last point
No, I
on
have a point.
movement?
I have a point before that. I think you don't. Oh, more asteroid. Oh, which one? I think it wasn't this one. Like you can see, there's something there.
Yeah, pocket dimensions, no?
I got into. I think it was in the Nefarious City one. But it wasn't a pocket dimension. I don't think because the
But
layout
no,
was
like
super weird.
testing, like just pieces of like platforms from pocket
Yeah,
dimensions. Weird collisions.
yeah. So yeah, I mean, being here, I think another my point about traversal was glide boots, which are not hover boots, and you have them from the start for no reason because you have Clank. And in the menu, they're just your boots, but in game they're the hover boots with just the talon uh, boost like this. Well, now I think it's the hover boots actually, but like um, and the only purpose they have is that you can glide on Nefarious City because in Megalopolis you have Clank, in Sargasso you have Clank, and in Savali you get the hover boots. Like after the first battle encounter. So it's really just for you to glide on the fairy city, and that's it.
You have three competing ways of gliding canonically in the game, so it's kind of weird.
So,
Like with Clank, without Clank, with hover boots, without hover boots, and any combination of those.
and then you have the glide boots because, sure. Like, I don't know, the glide boots are. I mean, in canon, it would be fun to think that Ratchet is tired of Clank getting separated and not being able to glide without Clank. But then why not use his hover boots?
I don't know.
But yeah,
Don't ask me. I didn't do it.
but yeah, here we are.
Oh, look, a rift
Except,
with no
not really.
texture. Placeholders everywhere.
Yeah. I think the one in the fairy city is exactly the same as this. Yeah. And I know because this mushroom is not solid.
Yeah, a lot of things are not solid. Quick tip for maybe some people. You can use any bomb
Oh my
type
god.
weapon with the aiming indicator to check for collisions before you make the jump. That saved my life a billion
Hmm.
times when getting out of bounds. And I always just use that as a sonar thing. Like, is that rock collidable? Aim the shatter bomb on it. Yes, it is. Then I can jump.
Yay.
It's kind of like those weird things the bugs have that like they touch things from a distance. Yeah, that thing. I won't go in more detail because Chuck is here.
Oh.
But yeah, it's a great and useful thing. So yeah, also, why is the dash in a glove? Like, IG, please stop with the gloves. Like, I know you love gloves, but like, you have a phantom glove on top of the robot arm that is under a glove
Yeah.
weapon.
I love
So you have a
this
like,
mm, that being on this in the glove it makes it like make this pose. That's cool on
it's a
both
cool
Ratchet and Clank.
pose. IG really likes
Their
a
poses and their
few
gloves.
poses. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's cool that it actually like
Oh,
it's
the I
actually an
forgot about.
it's actually
No,
animated
go ahead.
so like they push the hand in the direction. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Look at
but that
this.
would just spin you around. Like you need a hell of a chest muscle to keep your entire body like that when the thrust is on your like right arm only, like your
Yeah.
palm.
Wait,
That like
can I?
rivets wall as hell for sure. I guess Ratchet too.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know.
Yeah, so I don't know. The glide boots like feel super weird because everyone thinks it just, hover boot, but then you cannot hover and it's like what the fuck?
They have enough thrust, but not enough to lift you. So that's the canonical explanation. And then on Saval, you should have just found like an upgrade with like an extra thruster
Yeah,
that's
that would have
now enough
been
to lift you.
better, I guess. Because
But
I
yeah.
don't know, why use the Todd charge I mean, not for out cannon, but like uh why use like these model of hover boots, which are the top charge boots, um, when you actually canonically like Ratchet has hover boots from his father that then were just changed color in FFA, and in Nexus they kept that ugly version. I don't know. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
Ratchet.
a
I
weird
guess
thing.
if at this point the range might actually be a family heirloom, and it's just sitting on Tabora, except not because now we've led to believe that the Millennium 12 model is also the 8K model, Insomniac Y.
Yeah. Uh, some points about the universe. we'll get into.
Yeah.
But yeah, one thing about the dash, last thing for me, I promise.
Hmm?
The quadruplication of your player model
Yeah.
with slight offsets felt weird, still feel weird. Don't not a fan. There's so many cool swooshy, streaky, ribbony particle effects and dimensional shit you could do, and it's like literal physical, like they look like actual additional renders of your character, which
Yeah.
they are, but like it looks like you're biologically quadrupling, and they're all like fleshy, heavy, actual organic things.
Yeah, they could
There's
look
just
more
more of you
like
for some reason.
they
They're
would
not
look
even holographic. They're just like boom, more rivets.
they could look more like Clank's possible and Kit's possibilities, I guess.
Yeah, anything, or like, progressively more and more faded with each clone
Hmm.
or something. But it's just like flesh copies of you, like
Oh,
actually. It's
oh,
weird.
burnt tail. Oh.
Singed fur. Yeah, that's me. That's me about the dash. I'm done. I swear. Oh, it cancels momentum, falling momentum. You can use. No, I'll stop. But the fact that you can like dash
I'll,
to a wall, latch, and dash
yeah,
again, so good.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So broken too. But oh, this one is also okay. This is also all runnable. Nice.
Yeah, circular
Not all. Oh my
object.
god.
Some of them, yeah,
Yeah, because I tried in one before and it wasn't. I don't know. I could yeet like
yeah.
when I
You have
said.
to time it perfectly.
Oh, oh, okay, okay. All right, all right. Stop. No. In the wrench on Todd is like not only the model is different with the blade looking thing on one side. I think I couldn't find where in game, but it somewhere it says that it's the Omni Wrench 3000 instead of the 8000. I don't know what the number means, but yeah. Anywho, uh, Speedles.
Speed up. Yeah, quick. I wanna speed up my points.
Okay.
Speedle, cool addition. Kind of redundant with the hover boots again. Like it's never used past the point where you get the hover boots, except in challenges where the hover boots are taken from you, or like
Hmm.
you have to use the speedo in some way, like you're
Hmm.
forced. Um, yeah, it's a cool way to traverse Sargasso, so I guess it's cool.
Yeah, in Sargasso
But
before you have the that's not right. Before you have the hover boots, it's nice. Once you have the hover boots, it's like why? I'm not gonna make it.
yeah, so the speedo feels very um it has the same kind of like physics momentum thing where sometimes ramps just don't behave or are not placed properly for the speedo,
Yeah, I wanted to. That's why I
especially on
came.
Ardolis.
You know where I am.
Yeah, especially how some circles or hoops
What
you
the?
have to jump through. The
What the?
ramps
Yeah,
are really not spaced
yeah.
for
Some
how
of
fast
them
the
like
speedo actually
feel
ends up
like.
going.
Nah, that was better, but not really. At this point, I could just teleport. R Dolis. Okay. Where you at? There. Go down. There you go. And you won't today either.
So yeah, I've seen people
Okay. So
do Ardolis.
here, like in Sargasso 2 with the Trudy first Zurb stones, the ramps feel like I don't know if they changed like a value between like the final but like here when you hit a ramp like that.
You go too fast or too slow. Like it's the awkward in between that's like you have to really cut the corner short or really take like a long like way on the outer angle of the turn.
Yeah, no,
Because
I was
otherwise your spacing is not catching up with the obstacles ever.
The music went crazy there, but okay. Um. So yeah, there's a lot of times when, like, 2 consecutive. Oh my god, the crash for. um, like here, like this ramp, you barely like again same as before and same as before. The speedle went underwater as if it was underground. Nice.
Are you? Is it working if you don't boost? Could you
Oh,
touch down early and you can run the whole ramp actually, and
maybe.
only boost at the end?
But it
Because
would be
maybe players are expected like,
super
oh,
weird to not boost.
well, I mean, I'm just
No,
wondering if
wait.
the level was
Actually, no, no,
designed
no. Wait.
that way.
On the first ramp in the pocket dimension in Sargasso, they tell you to boost in ramps. But okay, let's
Yeah,
not.
well, at the end, so they don't
Yeah,
overrun it. Like,
this
oh,
one.
now you can ride it. Okay, well, you can also boost and get off and do this and do that.
So if you don't boost on the first one, you boost on this one. Then yeah,
It feels like that
perfect.
was designed that way, but
But
design did not check for
why
different.
wouldn't you be boosting all the time? Like
Yeah,
not always every player every like, but why wouldn't you test what happens
it,
if you boost all the time?
it was balanced for E3 gameplay. Okay. Wow, he just disabled a moving truck while jumping off the horse. No, with the grenade while jumping off a horse. Incredible.
Okay, cool thing while I'm here, you can do the karaoke trial with wrench. You can just throw like this, and you don't have to use the combuster at all.
Oh, it's the same thing as the Lombok shrine. It's like press this button to shoot at the shrine where the things light up the pillars.
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah, you can
and I
wrench swing
just
it.
threw
Yeah.
the wrench. I'm like, I'm not gonna use my expensive
Ammo.
one bolt per ammo. No, I use the wrench, and it worked. So
Yep.
nice. Maybe with
Okay.
the rhino, it also works.
Also, now that
So
I'm
it presses
here,
every button on the whole level.
the Insomnia Orb of Ardolis is here in the treasure chest, of course. And yeah, you can hit it and it rolls around.
Cool.
But I think it doesn't do anything. Like, I think none does. None do.
So yeah, that was my own problem with the Speedle. It's these weird ramps and
Yep.
weird spacing that was not balanced for all
Yep,
possible
I
ways
also
to
had that
play.
problem. And I think they just tested boosting exactly where you're supposed to boost. And not more, not less.
And make sure you can probably make it without boosting, unless there's like a prompt like, oh no, boost. Press the boost.
Yeah.
Unless you can't pass. But yeah.
Yeah.
Al,
I wonder how rivets do.
I have one more point.
I know.
It's Trudy. Okay, I need a disclaimer quickly. I never used Trudy. I did all 60 Zerf stones without ever getting on Trudy. It was half an adventure to see if I can. Like I don't have that heavy feelings against Trudy.
I mean, my.
However,
No!
there's
Don't.
an elephant in the room. The common player complained about locking off the fire function on her
Yes. I think.
and having very weird triggers to tell you that you can now do that, and people getting stuck not getting what
I
they're doing
think
wrong.
Trudy is probably the thing that has more problems in this game. Like, honestly. Um.
She is expecting you to land and then remounts to tell you that she can fire.
Yeah. I mean, again, um, it's a side mission that I think it was Josh Lehman who said that, and I feel bad because that's the Bullet Heck guy in Dreams. Uh, he's been also sharing like cool Dream stuff, and I think even the RA fan made game by Sharfik and so on. Like, um, but there's a lot of issues with this mission, starting with speedo ramps. Like you can miss a lot of Zurb stones on the first loop there because of weird physics with speedle ramps, and then if you miss some, they don't appear in the map. Which,
Yeah, you
why?
can get enough without getting them all.
Yeah,
So the
like
mission
you
is like,
need,
okay, come back.
yeah, you need
And then you
15. There's like
never
20
know.
something. Yeah, there's 21 or 23. Um, and then they don't appear in the map for some reason. So, I don't know.
Not even with the Map-O-Matic.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, the second
They
thing,
might be a different object, so they don't show. It might be like a separate, like tutorial
yeah.
underscore Zerpstone object, and then that's not tagged to show on the map. I don't know about the technical background, but yeah, that's what happens.
Second thing is flying controls are absolutely bad.
You know what? How I did this? I imagined it's a visibomb that you just look and that's how you go. Like it's
No,
literally
no,
a
no. Yeah,
visibomb.
when you change stick to the left stick, mix back. Let's go.
Yo, Meg, welcome back.
When you change stick to the left stick, um, it's fine, as in you're actually moving with the movement stick. But you still kind of think about looking around with the right stick. But again, like you're shooting with Trudy herself from the mouth. So of course, like even if you look around, you're not gonna shoot in that direction. You have to shoot dead center. So, which by the way, I love these particles here that look like they're okay. So that's okay, but like, and then like, the landings and collecting bombs and throwing bombs and so on, are super permissive. Like you have circle here and then an animation triggers and you land. So it's not hard to do, but like making it
But if you
not
missed
only
it,
not only make well, and also like you have the boosting button and the braking button, which is cool. Um, but the first time you mount, it's probably not Trudy because it's in you get on her as Ratchet on Torrent 4. Looks like another, huh? Not xenomorph, but like biomorph. No, it's here. Oh, Pta- Terrafoid. Okay, this is the
yeah,
biomorph.
the
Okay.
P is silent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Terrafoid. This is the biomorph. Okay, yeah. Um. Hey, we don't have like the rotating bass blades with the piston, but we have these. That's nice. A massive version.
Because that building is the Buzz Blades.
Of course. So yeah, the first time you mount.
So the small morts go in and they just get.
Oh,
No, that was a lemonade squeezer. That was not like horrible death.
okay. The first time you mount one of these is with Ratchet on the. Excuse me. On the starting cinematic multiple jumps, multiple rifts part. And they don't tell you the controls there, which is fine. Like you can take you take damage if you don't move because you get hit with like you collide with vehicles in the Fairy City. But I didn't know what was happening. Absolutely not. So I just took damage and that's it. And I'm like, oh, I cannot control. Oh, I can't control. No, I can't. Yeah, I'm taking hit. Okay, then I don't know what happened. But that's okay. That's like 5 seconds and you're done. And oh, okay.
Oh wow.
But then you get here, and it's like, oh, now Trudy can fly. Okay. Nothing. I think. I think it's on the side mission that you get nothing, and then on the Battle of Sargasso, you actually get the whole prompt. Because Trudy, if you haven't completed the side mission, Trudy can magically fire now. And you have, if you have completed the side mission, you have discovered all the controls. I think it goes like that. it might be the other way around, in which case you get the prompt of firing before you can fire. So that would be even weirder. So I think it's that way. On the first one that Ratchet was steering,
Oh, the flying through the city section.
yeah, but I'm almost sure I didn't have any prompt of fly with the right stick at all.
No, it's just everybody I watched crashed into the truck in the middle, and then
There's-
they're like, "Oh, I'm supposed to steer,"
Yeah.
or like, "Oh, this is
Also,
how you
like,
steer." Oh, okay.
steering with the right stick is the most. Oh, you didn't. Okay. Oh, you read. Oh, in controls. Okay. Yeah, but that's like the typical screen. You look at the menu where there's like all the controls. That also happens a lot in Dreams. So you have all the controls in one place, and then you don't have like actual tutorials um, for small parts when you're playing. So you actually remember that, oh, to do that, I'm pressing these things and so on. Or like a simplified version of the controls specific for the vehicle situation you're in. So yeah, of course, if you've seen it in the menu like before starting playing the game, then I mean you can remember, I guess, if you really paid attention. But like, yeah, there's flying controls. Nice, that's it. But aside from that, like moving with the right stick is like the most counterintuitive thing. To then
I remapped that to left stick before I even started the game. But to be fair, like
like
I had knowledge that it's on the right stick because I saw it
like
in the controls.
yeah, you can change it easily, and it's cool that you have it like this in one of the options. Um, like you don't have to swap your sticks; you just have to change that option in accessibility. Um, but again, they tell you on the Battle of Sargasso. A lot of people, I'm assuming, will not do the side mission first, and it's like, it's a side mission, never mind. But I'm thinking that like it's gonna be a pretty even half and half split of players that actually go and do side missions when they're unlocked to have everything done before story progression. Like in all open world games, like a lot of people, what they do is the hold up a minute thing, where they complete everything before progressing with the story. Like they clear the map before the next story mission. Um, in and Ghost of Tsushima is like the most uh obvious one, where you even have like, even if you don't um follow the map, you have like the golden birds that guide you to a secret, so, or a collectible or something, or a mission. um so that's like literal hold up a minute, and yeah, that's from Girlfriend Reviews. The game. So I'm thinking like, really, no one that didn't know the controls tested the mission and thought that they were missing something. It's so weird. Don't get on top.
It has this weird atmosphere of the the tutorial to fire being tied to like remounting after a specific
No,
number.
yeah, but even before that, like just the flying controls.
I mean, you can remap it. They were probably like, it's a new thing. We'll try. We'll give you the option to,
Yeah, but they don't tell
change
you
it.
until the story mission where you must fly through the. If you do the side mission first, you have no idea.
Well, maybe the side mission was meant to be after the story, because that would explain why Trudy can fly, but then, oh, she's too hungry to fly. Like, how does that happen? It's like, oh, she's hurt from the war level. Now heal her with fruits. I
Yeah,
don't know.
but then it should unlock after Sargasso 2, not after Xerxes.
Yeah, but like resequencing, obviously.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
I thought it the opposite way. Like she's too hungry, then you feed her more so she can fire, and then in the Battle of Sargasso she actually fires. You know. Like you, canonically, the side mission happens before the Battle of Sargasso, so she can fire in the Battle of Sargasso.
It makes more sense, yeah, that the collectathon on Sargasso was intended to be mandatory
Hmm.
on first visit, but then they were like, eh.
From the tweet from Josh Levin that was telling people to actually do the side mission because a lot of people would miss it or just think it's a side mission, not do it. It would seem like it was like some sort of side, uh, not only mission but like project or like work the team was doing, or like 3 or 4 people of the team were doing, because also he placed the gold ball up there. So I'm guessing he was like maybe in charge of Sargasso, or he focused a lot of work in Sargasso or something, and then they did the side mission here. Um. Oh, we're in point 2 of 17.
Yeah, I'm. Yeah,
Um.
there's a lot to say, but
Yeah.
learning what to skip because your message still goes across is a hard skill, and I'm still struggling with it.
Yeah. So basically, the point is, I think like in the end, the mission was a bit of a side thing that was incorporated into the game. Um, not
Duct
not
tape.
meant to be mandatory at any point. I mean, that was why I brought it up, and also thought to be completed before the Battle of Sargasso. Problem with that is that in the Battle of Sargasso, if you haven't done the mission, Trudy magically fires and knows how to fire.
You know what's better? There's a Trudy, and that
Oh
can
yeah,
fly. Woo!
yeah. But imagine you just done like the first part where you just collect the first Zerp stones and you find her and that's it, and then you don't even, and it's like, oh, the next part is for armor. Fuck that. And the ranger armor for PS4. Yeah, no. And you don't know there's a spy bot and so on. So imagine you just have met Trudy but not collected 45 Zerp stones, right? Or 55 if the game. um, no, but and then you go and then there's Sargasso 2 and then you mount Trudy, the side mission is locked, you fire with Trudy, you go away, and then you have the Nick situation where when you come back, Trudy magically cannot fire anymore.
Yeah, it's even being taken away, which is
It's even worse.
second
Yeah.
step of weird.
Which is an extra step of weird because I've seen people say that after the Battle of Sargasso, Trudy can fly, can fire, and they can just fire from like 20 Zerp stones or more. Like they didn't even have 45, and they didn't get the by the by or whatever.
That's yeah.
So I don't know if it's like what I've imagined. I haven't tried that, but I've imagined that when you complete Sargasso 2 and you get back from the pocket dimension, um, where Rivet realizes she's the one that took, where Kit realizes she's the one that took Rivet's arm, but can't tell. Maybe if you try mounting Trudy there, because you've just been with her firing, you can still fire, and the Zerp stones load back in because you're not in combat anymore, and then you can fire from like whatever amount of Zerp stones you have. That might be the case. I don't know, but that's the only way I can think. Like the two stories, like the two um unlocking firing right like after the Battle of Sargasso automatically, not depending on Zerp stone count, and Nick actually having to get onto 45 and Mount Trudy again to get the message. Um, makes sense. Like they're completely different experiences. So
You can test hypotheses.
yeah, I can
That's
test it
what we do here.
in a new, a new playthrough for science, and also
So
like
for people
in
hating,
different
yeah, go ahead.
in different patches they can change how this works, because I'm sure like that's the majority of complaints are about this. And
Oh,
also in challenge
yeah, it's
mode, completing the Trudy mission locked the game, so that was fun.
yeah, more glitches, but at least those can be patched out.
Yeah, they are
So for
patched.
people who hate Trudy, um, yeah, you can get all 60 without Trudy or a Speedle.
Oh yeah, I wanted to.
I do not recommend it casually. I, however, recommend it if you run out of stuff to do and you're bored. It's very fun and very hard.
Yeah, I went up here on the first one. Here. Oh fuck.
We like a separate how to break RA stream might be cool.
Yeah.
But
So
we should go on to Arsenal. Oh, is it Arsenal?
yeah. Um, but I
I
wanted to
can't. It's
show.
off screen. I can't see.
I wanted to show in game. Like I went that way, then jumped into that mountain. That's the main mountain, and then I made it to the top there. But that's a hard version. Now, and I'm dead. Yeah, fuck it.
Cheating. And by cheating, I mean using the
The
actual.
intended way, yeah. Okay. And the Speedle died.
Oh, I stood on top of the rings on foot. That was fun. I still wanted to get through them.
Then the new way is getting on top of those branches, getting on top of the rivet hideout door, arch door frame thingy, and then you can climb up there, and that's it.
Have you still not watched my video of
No,
Sargasso?
no, I haven't.
Oh,
What?
you could have saved yourself like a week.
But I wanted to
No,
know. I wanted
I'm-
to get it
Yeah,
too.
I
Like
mean,
it was just
yes.
knowing it was possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can we climb this mountain? Yes, that's all I needed.
And it's truly higher than anything else on the level if
Yeah.
you go all the way up.
Yep.
So point 3, if you have nothing to add.
Oh, I wanted to say last thing about truly firing. Last time I played this on my challenge mode range only playthrough, I had to wait not 45, not 50, but 55 Zerp stones. Two of them being out of like not intended, like one of those gelatonium extracting plants or whatever, like on top of those structures there, like this orange one, and one is on top of the blue one. Hey Trudy. So I love how there's another ship there. I got like one on top of there, and I don't know if it's on top of this one or another one of these.
Hey, Trudy, ready to fly?
No. So yeah, even then, I went back, I jumped onto Trudy, and nothing until 55. I reloaded checkpoint just in case, just to, and yeah, no, nothing. I mounted Trudy on 53, nothing. On 54, nothing. 55, oh! So I don't know
That's
what's
weird.
the exact trigger. If it's just 45, any 45, or like specific 45, or what?
You know, I have a hypothesis that the tutorial ones somehow classify different. And if you have different amounts, it needs like more.
Might be, but 10 more?
I don't know if there's 10 extra on the tutorial. I don't
No, I
think
think
so,
there's
but
6 or 6 or 8, because I know I did 21 out of 15. But I don't know if that was the one missing 2 or not. So it's either 21 out of 15 or 23 out of 15 for max.
yeah, okay.
And the last point about Trudy, now for real,
Yes.
for real. Yeah, I mean this was a big one. Like the whole mission. Insomniac, in their frequent asked questions on the Rift Apart page, have the Trudy section about why, like, how can I get um the Zurb stones on top of buildings and like the inaccessible ones. Zell would say, "Fuck it, go out of bounds." No, but the intended
Not
like
out of bounds. I just climb mountains
yeah, true.
that
It's
are
still
there.
inbounds. Yeah, it's still inbounds technically.
Yes.
No, but the response is something along the lines of, "Oh, if you cannot get Zurb stones on top of buildings, just keep playing the main story, and you'll unlock something that will let you." Which would go in the direction of the person that I saw saying that after the Battle of Sargasso they could fire with Trudy way before 45 Zupstones, so firing would be tied to story, which is even weirder because no one indicates so. But doesn't make sense with what we've seen Nick on his playthrough, where he actually, I mean, it doesn't make sense either with mine nor with Nick's experiences. Mine is you got to 45 Zurkstones in Sargasso, well, after Zurkis, going back to Sargasso before the Battle of Sargasso, and on 45 you get the firing ability. It's not tied to the story, it's tied to collectibles. And Nick's version, which is trying to do this mission after the Battle of Sargasso and not being able to fire again. So like they take away from you the firing. So it's again not tied to the story. And he got it in 49, I think, or something. It's not tied to the story, it's tied to collectibles. But even worse because you have actually fired with Trudy now.
Yeah, it seems like two conditions are competing, and depending on what order you load the levels and what you do, they're overriding each other and taking away or adding back things.
Yeah.
It's like, no, he's not supposed to have it, but he did this. He's supposed to have it. No, he's supposed to have it.
I
And
have
it's like
no idea. Yeah, it's weird.
whoever has the last word sets the actual requirements.
Yeah.
It's very weird, but I think that will be patched. Has to be.
Yeah, I don't know
No.
the situation right now. I'm only talking about things that happened again in June 11. Well, I mean, I know the situation that happened in my wrench only challenge mode, which was like a couple of days ago. But I think that was like way weirder. Something happened there, like something weird, because for 55 with some of them being unintended without truly firing, like hitting them with the hammer. Like, I don't know. I
Yeah.
think that was not even like the normal. Um, but yeah, I don't know if they'll make it so it's what happens first, either 45 or the Battle of Sargasso, or they'll keep it at just only 45 or like fighting. I don't know what's happening right now. Maybe again, maybe if you just finished, if you don't leave Sargasso after Sargasso 2, maybe you can still fire and the Zerg stones are there, and that's how you do it. But then if you leave Sargasso and come back later, like Nick did, they take away from you the ability to fire, and you have to do it the pre Battle of Sargasso method, which is 45. But I don't know. That's just speculation.
Yeah, the gating might be tied to a condition check on level load. So if you re-enter Sargasso after the battle again, it realizes again that she didn't have enough, and it takes away the fire.
Yeah.
But that should be an easy patch, relatively easy. Speaking about firing, yeah,
Point number 3.
arsenal and
Arsenal.
weapons.
Okay.
Very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Not that quickly because it's like an important point, but like
Yeah, we
not
showcased.
an hour, 20
Yeah,
minutes.
no. We showcased all the weapons last time. We've talked about all the weapons extensively. I have 2 base points. One is the like main feel of the arsenal. I think it's one of the most balanced arsenals in any rug game. I think all weapons feel like they have their use. I think no weapon feels super out of like, there's no clank zapper, let's say, but also there's no, and I don't like the name of it, but it's like the name that the community has dubbed this effect. There's no Lancer syndrome. And I say I don't like it because even if the Lancer, it's true that by the end game it's like it's a starting pistol, so of course the damage has fallen. The N60 is much worse in this regard.
In Energy
So-
Plus, absolutely.
So not only that, but like the Lancer has a shock mod, and the stun and knockback thresholds in Going Commando are much lower. So it actually feels like you're dealing damage, and probably if there's like a couple of enemies, you can still avoid getting hit by them by stunning them. And Ultra Lancer has like what 500 shots.
Oh, it's ultra heavy.
Ultra Heavy Lancer, yeah, sorry.
It's very, very, very heavy.
Yeah. Compared to the N90 Omega V8, which
Yeah.
doesn't have like has like what 250, maybe 300, and again the knockback thresholds in Ouya are through the roof. In challenge mode are much higher, and it just feels like you're shooting waves and waves of shots.
It's nothing.
the-
It's like
and the
shining like a flashlight on enemies
Yeah,
and
and
waiting for
again,
them to
it's
die.
it's like it's understandable. It's a starting pistol weapon. The damage will fall, but I think Lancer Syndrome is a bit undeserved, having other worse examples. But here, the weapon that would have the Lancer Syndrome is of course a burst pistol, and yes, it's a starting pistol weapon. The damage is not great, in the end game, but even then, with 210 shots and fully upgrading Revitanium and Blast Pistol, which is this, and like the spread is pretty tight when you fully upgrade it, you can still kill some enemies. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's 3 shot per ammo, so it's
Yep.
if it was shooting one by one like that, no. No.
And also you can choose, like for the small enemies, you can still do this.
Well, for the small enemies, you should spray specifically, because
There's more,
no matter
no, but I
how
mean like,
rare.
but I mean if they're not swarmers, that there are multiple of them, but like if there's like
Oh yeah,
one
well
there
then
and
yeah.
one there and one there, I don't know.
I guess medium enemies is
Yeah.
what you use that against, and then like huge drop ships, you just spray them again.
Yeah. And another one, like Negatron Collider, I think it's one of my favorites. I think it's if the Alpha Disruptor and the Shock Cannon had a son. Or a baby. I guess it's the saying. You can sweep it. It has a big explosion at the end when you upgrade it. Charging doesn't take that much. And it deals decent damage. But again, it's a very early Wayne Gepon. It's a very early game weapon. So the damage output by the end game is not that great. But I really enjoy it. And another one,
Which I didn't expect. I thought it was gonna be like a very powerful weapon,
yeah.
like top tier damage.
And same with
I
this,
was kind of sad.
it's as if the plasma coil, not Storm, and the Tesla spikes had a baby, but the upgrade is a bit disappointing.
Yeah. Yep.
So I mean,
I do
and
think there is a weak link in this game, and actually underwhelming. No, two underwhelming weapons.
and
One
yeah,
is the Bomb Voyage, and
Yeah.
the other is the Agent of Dread.
Apocalypse Glove.
That, yeah.
I think
Uh,
that the fact that they are here is sad because it's just let's put like another weapon from the PS4 game that has been in multiple games. But also
And it's not good. It's
Yeah.
not like returning because it's awesome. It's taking a space of something new and cool, and it's
or even a
kinda
returning
weak.
weapon that was cooler. I mean, again, I'm sorry, Aaron, Agent of Doom, but I never have liked this weapon. Like, I guess in Rack 1 it still has some utility because it's like more strategic, but right now that we know Rack 1 so well, it's just a pace breaker. In Rack 3, they actually upgrade to follow you and have a jetpack and have nuclear explosions, which is good and fits more with the new Rack combat. Then in PS4 and this, they don't. They have way better AI, so they follow you anywhere and they jump a lot, but they still bite. They don't shoot the enemy.
They could at least explode like the OG ones
At the end, I think.
and be very useful.
At the end, I think they explode. Like, I don't
No,
know
but
if it's
not
a.
waste time by biting. They just
Oh
explode
yeah, go and
immediately.
explode. Yeah,
That would be cool.
yeah. Or like have a mounted gun. Instead of go and bite. You don't have to be melee. I don't know. I don't like the Agents of Doom. I've never did. Like in Ouya again. I remember in my Ouya playthrough, the Agents of Doom were the only weapon that was V1, I think, on challenge mode, and then I just shot once in like there they go, deployed them once in Veldin, and it just went to like V4 or 5 with a couple Tyrannoids.
Yep.
So again, it's not a problem of the Agents of Doom in this game in particular. It's just this game hasn't done anything to the Agents of Doom to be better, and it's sad that it's taken like a spot that could be a cool thing. And yeah, the
Yep.
Bon Voyage. Oh, you saw me throw one before. I think it's not that bad once upgraded and so on. And again, the fact that so I think both you and I are not the greatest fans of the deployable weapons, like the side weapons that you just throw and they're there doing their thing, like the mini turret, the Agents of Doom, like on classic games, the mini turret, Agents of Doom, Mind Glove, and I think a lot of people are not like Groovitron. Like Groovitron is fucking busted, but I never use it. Also, it's been overdone to insanity now, so of course I also have like this love-hate relationship, but even then, like Groovitron, any Synthenoid, like even Drone Device, Synthenoids in 2, Zurkon, all the variations of Mr. Zurkon, Mr. Fungi, in a sense, too, falls into that category. Like all these extra weapons, and Acid has a lot of them. The Tesla spikes, mine, Blizzard mine, but the it's not cold mine. The ice mine of Acid. Jesus Christ.
I would not know. I'm sorry.
The upgrade is Blizzard.
Cryo? No, the
Yeah,
cryo
Cryomine. Yeah, Cryomine. Thank you.
Oh, was that?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you're talking about like a level that's like ice mines. Like
No.
I don't even know if there's an ice planet.
Well, Zanifar, I guess, in one timeline. I was blanking on Cryomine. Yeah.
Cryo shot, the
Yeah.
best weapon ever made.
Oh god. Have you seen Zem's tier list?
Yeah. I don't remember it, but I saw it.
Yeah. I mean, the Cryo Shot is, I think, the only new weapon of FFA. And it's just the Omega Tech Frost Cannon with a couple of things changed, and that's it. Like, visually it's the same. Conceptually it's the same. I think it just functionally it has like something different, and that's it. But hey, that's beside the point. I think like a lot of these deployable assistant weapons are pace breakers and not like my and I think our preferred option or cup of tea. or
I have a very nuanced stance on them, which I'll get into like briefly.
okay. Um, but my point was, even with that usual hate or like how I don't use it usually in other games, here in Rift Apart, I wouldn't say the Bombardier is like my go-to option. But it didn't like suck to upgrade. You know, you just shoot it and it goes upgrading. Again, missed the all these deployable weapons felt like nice additions, and specifically Topiary and Cold Snap, which are weapons that do not damage enemies, are
The
debuff
Toxiary
weapons.
does, I think.
Toxiary, I think it does, and I don't know if the cold front has an upgrade that actually does damage. But in any case, Toxiary does, but Topiary doesn't. Um, Point is, they're just debuff weapons, like like they're like the evolution of the Cryomine in this case, or I don't know, a stun turret for the Topiary, but they do make the enemies take more damage, and they freeze them well or topiary them in place, so they're like the perfect stun. Um, and in this game, it feels really, really necessary and useful. So it's super cool that finally these kinds of weapons feel, oh, sometimes even as a must for someone like me that usually would never use them.
I agree with that.
Um, well, and just as a side note, I wanna say again that I loved the idea of the cold snap having 6 points to mimic a snowflake, and having 5, even if it's 5, it's nowhere as good. It doesn't look like a snowflake at all, and I didn't realize it was the original concept until I saw the 6-sided one. But I guess it would be worse if it was 8, because some people think it's 8-sided, so it's fine.
Yep.
Okay.
Should I should I have my hot take on the Bon Voyage?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'll start by saying this, just to clarify my stance on deployable and assistance weapons. I never use them
Yeah.
unless for some reason I want to go like top possible DPS
Hmm.
on like a
Yeah.
boss. But here's my stance. Branching out from my opinion on not using the Rift Tethers because they feel like a pace breaker and non interactive,
Hmm.
I do not like stuff that you pause the game, you quick select, you throw out a weapon throw out like a different weapon, like the mini turrets or the agents or the bomb voyage,
Mm-hmm.
which do nothing like immediately, like explode like a bomb glove. And
Yeah.
then you pause the game again, and then you go back to the weapon you would use anyway,
Yeah.
and then you start charging or shooting that weapon. And by the time the agents or the bomb voyage starts dealing any damage,
You're probably done.
they will never ever make up for the damage lost if you never swap the weapons in the first place.
Yeah.
It's just one more Warmonger shot, one more beam with the Negatron Collider. It will never ever out DPS that. And or like maybe in the long term,
Yeah.
like for a 30-second deployment or more.
Yeah.
And
If.
that's why I say like if there's a boss fight that takes 3
Mm-hmm.
minutes, I throw out the capacity of everything just
Yeah.
to see that damage per second average over the whole fight might be higher.
Yeah.
But it's such a pace breaker to throw these things out, which do negligible compared to your actual to go weapons
Mm.
amounts of damage. So that's my stance on why I don't like the agents and the Bomb Voyage. However, um, the
I want to say
topiary,
I
yeah,
want to say in most games, in most Ratchet games, that is completely true, and I feel the same, and I never use them, and you have seen how like I never the deployable weapons are always the ones I use the least, or I just use to upgrade and then never use again. Um, because yeah, again, it's not only like pausing to change weapon, and then it's just not as fun and slower. But in Rift Apart, I think it's the only game where the enemy encounters and the bosses and the situations really make you appreciate the extra things you've done. Like usually the encounters are not like, done so quickly that you've lost um, noticeable or like non-negligible amount of time by throwing like three or four, like again, or two or three things. Like Mr. Fungi, it's not that weak because I've seen people say it's like the weakest one. I don't think that's true. Of course it's like a Synthenoid at V1. It's not gonna do anything. Um, but again, and it lasts for a decent amount. And it actually also makes enemies target him instead of you. And it doesn't fly close to you, but it around the field instead. So that's like all better uh, points that make Mr. Fungi better than Zircon or any Synthenoid before, um, or even the agents, and it flies. Um, so I think Rift Apart has some of these deployable weapons that feel more um, decent and more appropriate for the situations you encounter in this game. Bon Voyage, my criticism would be it goes straight in a set path. Like deploys a, that's why I brought the menu. Deploys a drone that flies in a straight line. Why?
it's like a single target plasma storm that's like very weak and slow.
Yeah.
It's like a clang zapper placed onto a plasma storm orb, and like that's the weapon.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like a mix, so again, between the Visicopter and the Jack 3 yellow 3 weapon, which is a waste of ammo when no one uses it.
And
Um
so is it here. No, I'm just kidding.
so I don't know.
It's not a waste of ammo because you can't use Bon Voyage ammo for anything useful anyway.
I mean, the only thing is that it upgrades quick. That's it. It's okay. It's the worst weapon in the game, but it's okay. I mean, that's saying something. Like the worst weapon in the game is okay, and it's a
Yeah,
deployable one.
it's not a weapon that I would never ever use.
Exactly.
Like in Ratchet 1, for example,
Yeah,
or
in red.
Ratchet 2, I'd never pull out Healthy Arsenal ever. Because why? You have the
Mm.
golden Tesla claw or you have the mine glove. Like, yeah,
I mean,
here
in
at least it's an extra
I mean
that
here in the
does
end,
something.
you if you when you once you have all the like in rack one specific especially you don't upgrade weapons, so you really can use like the best weapon in your arsenal. And that's it. From rack two, actually, you kind of want to use the other ones to upgrade them. But some of them, even for that, feel like why do I have to use this weapon? I think the games that nail perfectly um weapon selection, I think the only two I can think of are Nexus and Rift Apart. Because Tools has the Tornado Launcher, the Combustor, which falls in damage like quicker than Rack 2 NG Plus speedrun. I don't know. The all the devices that don't even upgrade. Um, that people call them either weapons or gadgets, and they're like a third thing. um, the plasma beasts, which I actually like, kinda like the concept of them, but they're again like another Agents of Doom situation. Um, then Acid, you have like tons of AOE and stun weapons, and like three long range weapons that have barely any ammo. and in hardcore challenge mode, you don't get refills, so you're sold. And against bosses, you have nothing, basically, um, because the stun weapons that again the cryomine, the Groovitron, all those weapons that are the Tesla spikes, all these weapons that are kind of good against like hordes of enemies, but are again deployable. The stun effect that they have on bosses lasts like a second, and then that's it. And the Rhino is shit against bosses, so um, yeah, I think all and well, Quest for Booty has the worst selection ever. Um, and even Ouya, the Rack 2 weapons are the best ones, but you have the Infector, you have the Agents of Doom, you have the yeah. Um, I think, and well, yeah, Alpha 1 and FFA, yeah, they exist. And Size Matters has a couple of good weapons, and then you have the Concussion Gun, and then Secret Agent Clank actually. Um, the Clank weapons are nice. I mean, the Hollow Knuckles are horrible, so there's that. Um, yeah, I think any game I can think there's like a weapon that even with upgrade systems you don't really want to use even to upgrade, except probably Nexus and Rift Apart.
Okay, yeah, I can see your point, and I agree to an extent that there's nothing I would never touch in Rift Apart, which is a first from the games I played.
Yeah, because you haven't.
I have not played the PS3 games past like an hour or something when I had the small chance to try one.
You know, I mean
So like
again.
from the PS2 and the PS4 and this is the only one.
I mean, Todd has dino grinding, which is a blessing because you can just throw anything you don't like there. Oh, the Predator launchers, Jesus Christ, yeah, that. Yeah. But again, like the
So
Predator
my
launcher of this game is the Drill Hound, and you can just use it to shoot an enemy and then another one. You don't have to lock on, which is practically. Oh well, we'll get. No, we don't. I'll say it here. I said it the other day, but the Drill Hound actually can lock onto multiple enemies. But I feel like I don't know if there's a Grunthor on the other island. There should be. No. Huh. All right. Well, in any case, I feel like um oh, the Drill Hound has a drilling sound when you equip it. Um the time it
I guess
takes,
the controller is used as your weapon in your hands.
yeah.
Like it does everything the weapon would sound like in your hands.
There she is.
In any case, I think that doing this is way faster than locking on to one and then another and then shooting papa, you know. Because it also uses 2 ammo, even with the drill pack, which, you know, I thought would be the gimmick would be that the 2 drill pops, I guess, um, would actually go on to another target that you have locked onto. But I don't think that's the case.
It's like, oh, here's the Tetrabomb gun, which now uses 5 ammo per pull.
Yep.
Enjoy.
No, I mean it's more like Corson 5 had enemies. There you go.
What's Ratchet doing right now?
It's as if the silencer used 2 ammo per shot. It's like, oh, you want the extra rockets?
Yeah.
You gotta pay for them.
Yeah.
So Al,
Yeah, I wanted to check the drill hound thing again, but I'm pretty positive about it.
Ah, now I can finally experience the city without the threat of being kidnapped.
thanks, Clank.
Yeah.
And you're welcome.
What a fascinating rhythm.
Yeah, he really says the thing. Okay, I need several enemies. Like that. So
Like
big
there's a literal arena where you can just have enemies.
Well,
on
yeah. But,
demand.
oh, and I also need to have not infinite ammo. Like, look at the time it takes. And yeah, 2 ammo that I got back immediately. But yeah, 2 ammo.
That's weird.
Even with a
So
pack.
it sends a pack to each one. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense if there's a
But
whole pack
compare
on
it to
each.
this. It needs 2, but like,
I'm not sure if it's much slower if you don't have to sweep around and look around for enemies.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, but I mean,
For the additional effect, like small trade-off, so that they don't miss.
but the thing is, you cannot fire without, like, you first half press R2, and then you full press R2. So it actually, like, they follow the enemy anyway. I don't know.
Okay.
Also, again, like, we've talked about communication of controls with 3D, so let's talk about this, I guess. The weapon previews explain some details. But they are by Zurkon Jr. So one would hope that the game, like, that they expected a lot of people to skip them to, keep their sanity.
Yeah. And spoiler free.
Oh yeah. Ah. But yeah, so a lot of a lot of what the special thing the weapon does and so on is told by Zurkon Jr., which is weird. And then it's not really on the menu. Like, it's like half R2 to target lock and full R2 to fire. And then moving faster, like your enemy, singular, moving faster if locked on. So like at no place it says you can lock on to multiple enemies. Except when you go to the vendor and there's a Raritanium upgrade that says you can lock on to an additional enemy, and you're like, why? How?
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing as some other Raritanium upgrades, kind of show, like, revealing things. The secondary explosion now does this. What secondary explosion?
Yeah.
Or like, the two-period enemies take more damage than before. It's like, wait, they took more damage before? Or are we starting from 0?
Yeah.
And like, how
More
much
than
more
zero.
damage?
Yeah, well, and yeah, all the upgrades are like this, like, oh, now it does more of that, and how much more?
Yeah, because if we go by actually not PS4 game, was it ACID? Like, you level up a weapon, and it's like 12% extra damage.
Nexus.
Or it can be Nexus. It's like, your blaster now does more damage. How much more? Well, 8 times more per shot.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I'm like an RPG person. I like to know specifics, numbers, percentage chances, like, on my weapons and shit, so I can plan
Yeah.
of what to use and what to upgrade. But even without that,
Yeah, I mean, I
it
like
would be
the
nice to know a ballpark of,
yeah.
like, have a specific system of wording, like considerably more, greatly more,
Yeah.
slightly more, something, anything.
Yeah, in Todd they had the damage. Now in Ouya they also
Okay,
have.
Chiaki.
Oh yeah, that's from
Chiaki fought Vorsalon with nothing but the constructo pistol.
Oh,
She's like,
nice.
I like this one. I like this one.
Well, I guess at least it upgraded a bit.
You can use the bombs, Chucky. You run out of ammo. I don't care. I like this one.
The meme of I like this one, but I prefer this.
You can use your bomb gloves. I know, Ratchet.
Zell,
Yes.
do you notice anything unusual about this level?
The fact that the things are down. Wait, no, they were always down. Hold on, I wasn't looking. What am I looking for? Like a blatantly obvious thing or a not so obvious thing?
Yes, center of the screen, obvious thing.
Um, Something about Rivet?
Yeah. Which planet am I
Oh, yeah. True.
on?
I was like, wait, oh yeah, Clank is now here. Rivet's now probably also here. She also get. I'm like, I never even thought about the fact that like you don't do that. So how did you get Rivet here?
You can quit while changing planets, uh, and you'll get the character of the planet you're going to on the planet you left.
Oh, nice. I don't know if that's intended. Probably not.
Probably not, because
But
it's
it's
a quit.
something the game would have needed,
Yeah.
which we'll get into at some
Point.
point if we ever get to that. Because 3 hours in, third point.
Hey, hour per point. We're going into point 4.
Yeah, but we're not done yet, and I
Oh,
wanted to talk more about some things because I got the first two deployable weapons, but I didn't finish my point about
oh
the
yeah,
other
the
two.
cold snap and topiary. True.
So yeah, those weapons are ridiculously broken
Yeah, I'm
because
good.
the game. Yeah, I found myself using the topiary a ton.
Yeah.
I never really got to use the cold snap
Hmm.
because I got like 40% through the game.
Yeah, you got to
But
Cordelia, which is
I've seen
basically
everything in the
halfway.
game. Like I'm not just talking out of my ass. Like I've seen the game from 0 to 100
I
multiple
mean,
times.
you were here for the whole thing
Yeah, yeah,
in my channel, and then you've watched Nick's and probably Zem's, and yeah.
yeah. So when I say um I didn't get to use it, it might be the same. Like it looked as powerful, the cold snap, as the topiary was, but I
Yeah.
definitely know I use the topiary a lot,
Hmm.
and I'm not a one to use Groovytrons or any like deploy to area control weapons.
Hmm.
However, they are so good for leveling up other weapons
Yes.
that I never not do that because top-tiered enemies take more damage. How much more?
Hence,
I don't know, but it looks like
doesn't matter. It's more
5
EXP.
times? Sometimes it looks like multiple times more.
Yeah.
So Topiary Grand Thor and then
Kill it.
use a weapon.
Oh, hey, look, it's
My
the
pr-
end. It's the end of Get Over It with the towers.
oh,
Oh
oh
shit.
god.
Oh god. Oh fuck. Okay.
So yeah, the Topiary I use mostly to level weapons
Yeah.
to deal more damage.
And also
Um,
it
Not really to help me with like stunning enemies because I like the action, the involvedness of every enemy is active and every enemy is on you. You don't have decoys, you don't have weird distractions, you don't have easing effects. Like
hmm.
there's a sort of consistency in knowing that keeping track of off-screen enemies and knowing their fire timers, like how often they shoot at you.
Hmm.
You can kind of count like from off-screen, like, yep, rocket's coming in about 0.2 seconds. And like that's fun for me. Like managing combat and actively playing in it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I should really play Dark Souls, I know. But that's fun to me. And the only reason I use Topiary is for the more damage and thus more XP.
Hmm.
Um, because um, that leads me to another point about the Topiary that I didn't really get to understand perfectly. Was it seems like there's a damage threshold after which the thing breaks. It's not like the PS4 Groovitron where it's timed and you can just keep firing
No.
into vulnerable target. The topiary breaks.
Yeah.
So the fact that I had to, the way I leveled my Negatron Collider is throw topiary, do a beam, up, it came off. So even
Ah,
though the
no.
sprinkler is still down for 20 seconds,
Yeah.
I have to throw another one out and refreeze it,
Yeah.
and one beam, and throw a topiary. And so that led me to have to take great use out of the quick select, the
Oh.
quick access thing,
Yeah. This.
because I could just I knew the throw arc of the topiary. I didn't need to see it. So I just tap the D-pad, immediately shoot, tap the D-pad again, and go back to my weapon. And that way, it wasn't a pace breaker that it annoyed me, but
Hmm.
there's too many of these different companion weapons to put
Yeah.
them all on the D-pad plus the weapon you want to use.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really use or like the D-pad quick select that
I
now
love it. I really use it a lot.
than I than now has taken like this used to be the quick select for fuck's sake. Now this is the weapon wheel and this is the quick select. Fuck it.
Yeah, because the not quick select used to be from the weapons menu in the pause menu, which is now gone, thankfully. I don't think you can equip weapons from
Can't
the main
you?
menu,
Oh no, you
can you?
can only remap.
Yeah. So like it all moved down the chain, so the names kind of stayed.
No.
There's a slow and a
This
quick.
is the quick select.
I'm sorry. So yeah, the fact that it's so okay.
Oh shit.
I like high-paced, quick input things, high APM, and I played a lot of MMOs, and that makes me like the fact that I can just Guitar Hero slam my D-pad and deploy everything in like 0.5 seconds and go back to the game because it doesn't take away. It's not a pace breaker.
Hmm.
But if I had to quick select Topiary, quick select Cold Snap, quick select Fungi, quick select Bon Voyage,
Hmm.
I would go insane. And the fact that by the time you throw the last one out, the first one times out, it's like, can I play the game, please?
I mean,
So Topiary probably and
I
Cold
mean, I
Snap
I have
ridiculously.
I have a topiary here still, so you can know. Um,
Yeah,
but like the rest, I need a photo mode shortcut here. I cannot stand doing this.
I don't do it as often, to be warranted,
And then
but I
for
would definitely like more quick slots or whatever you call them, like action buttons.
yeah, but you have for D-pad keys. There's no.
Yeah, I have 4, and I play MMOs where I need like 60, so I'm used to having more. I
No,
know
but
I
yeah,
don't have a keyboard, and it's just a DualShock, and I wish you could combo, like hold R1 and then
yeah,
D-pad to another set or something.
yeah. Maybe
But maybe one.
maybe L2, which does nothing and could bring like a secondary one, or L1. L1. Oh yeah, in Traversal, but not here. So maybe do something like this. I don't know. But yeah, no.
Modifier buttons, you're welcome.
What I like is just like having two, so you can just triangle swap them. I liked how in Ouya it was three. Um, but I guess from 3 to 4 now it's basically if you want that then just use this. But I don't like that.
You have to manage that actively, the D-pad.
Yeah,
In Ouya, it's automatically the last 3, so it's
yeah.
whatever.
So
But I
that's
mean, remapping the D-pad from the quick select is as fast as quickly selecting the 3 weapons in Ouya that you expect to use in the
hmm,
next combat.
yeah.
It doesn't take any more time,
No, no, yeah.
probably.
That's why I mean that making it three instead of two of the one you're using and the last one. Um, making it three, then it's basically the same as having the four here, and that's it. So that's fine. Like, what I usually do is like have the weapon I'm actively using, and either the second one is like another one that I'm leveling up, or like the actual deployable one. In this game, the top here is usually here, so I don't mind that. Like, I don't know, but I don't mind that much pausing and selecting weapons when they're gonna shoot. Like, what I don't enjoy that much, apart from like it's not just once or like once and then back. It's usually three or four that are deployable. It's also like once you've thrown them all, the difference it makes, it's not that like it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. You've lost.
Yeah, throwing all four, no.
Yeah,
It takes
it's
like 4 seconds to deploy everything or more. That's a lot of rockets
yeah. It's not only
for
not
anything.
optimal and not fast. It's not as fun
Yeah,
because
because
you
it's a
throw
pace breaker.
not only because of that, but because you've thrown a lot of shit and then you throw a rocket and the other stuff is doing shit, but you're not doing anything. You're doing the same thing as you would with the active weapon, you know?
Which is why I don't like summoner classes in most games. I like to do shit myself. I'm a very interactively playing person.
But again,
And
I know there's people who really like this style and like Nick,
yeah, it's probably also an accessibility thing,
yeah,
honestly.
he always throws everything at first and then starts shooting. Not only in Rift Apart with the actual actually in Rift Apart he doesn't do it with the Topiary in the cold snap usually.
We'll see challenge mode. We'll
Yeah, we'll see,
see.
we'll see. But not only in Rift Apart, which is probably the best they've been, but in all the games. And again, and that's another point he brought up in ACID. That's why he loves the ACID weaponry so much, and I really don't. I think the ACID weapons are probably one of the weakest selections. But yeah,
Did you just trash on Dick's favorite game?
yes.
You're gonna be unmodded by tomorrow.
He's live on Twitch. He's not watching this.
Oh, wait, is he?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, then I don't have to check my notification on Discord because now I know what it is. I still never tapped out to see what the hell that was.
Oh no, I mean I'm assuming. Hold on. Yeah. Well, wait, stream some videos? Yes. I mean, maybe it's a video, maybe it's the challenge mode run, but it's Thursday, I think. I think he's gonna be live. Um, yeah, okay.
So my to summarize my stance on the deployable stuff: topiary, cold snap, increased damage, stun, useful, and some satisfying combos
Oh,
actually. With disabling an enemy and then shattering the ice and stuff. Like that's cool.
yeah.
I wanted to see something like that for a while, and I'm glad the topiary I think is a great weapon. It's huge range, almost instant.
Yeah.
Like the
Oh,
beams aren't like
the instant topiarization or whatever is crazy good. Like Seeker Pete is already doing the melee attack. You throw it later and it just stops in place.
yeah, it instant stun.
Yeah.
It's like the Grubitron, I guess. Like
But the
the water
Gruvitron,
particles are not even done catching up yet.
yeah,
It's just
exactly.
the enemy's done.
It's like the ball touches the ground, he's a plant.
Well, yeah, there's the big splash radius with
Yeah.
Instatopiary, and then there's the beam
Yeah.
to clean it up. It's kind of weird that it's not clear on if there's a damage threshold and if the enemy
Hmm.
can be retopiary in how many
Yeah,
seconds.
it doesn't
Like
look
what's the
like
cooldown?
bosses for sure cannot get retro period because like
I think I've seen that happen.
at least in Renegade Nation, I don't know.
I don't know because I probably had like 2 or 3 topiaries down at that point.
Yeah, okay.
It made back up like to a threshold,
Uh
like a topiary threshold.
I don't know if you can like throw Chew, make the first one topiary an enemy a boss, then it runs out. The second one topiary is it runs out, and then the first one is still in place, like shooting water. I don't know if that one can re-topiary it. You know, if it like
I
it.
think there's a high threshold on bosses, but I think there should be.
I don't know. I know
Yeah.
I've had like a sprinkler, um, in the ground after like the first topiary of the boss in the arena, and just vibing, just shooting water, and never being a plan again. But hey,
Yeah, one is probably not enough if it's even possible,
yeah.
because they might all work towards
Hmm.
a topiary threshold. And if you have like 3 down, maybe they have time to refreeze the boss. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
I don't know. I
Some
know.
clarity on these would be cool, but it's like this is the level where I can
Yeah.
concede that this
Yeah,
is
that's too
not
much.
the casual
Yeah,
player's
I mean,
worries.
for sure, one topiary equals one, like one sprinkler equals one, plant transformation at least for bosses.
Yeah.
I don't know if the same one can retransform after a while.
Or if you don't damage the enemy because you missed your chance.
Hmm.
If it has a higher likelihood or Retopia is
Oh
faster.
yeah,
Or maybe that's the only way it's possible.
yeah, because
Testing needs to be done,
because
but
cold
either
snap
way, it's great.
cold snap ice always goes away on first hit, and then they can get re-iced for sure. But that is, I don't know if that's a cold front or a raritanium upgrade, because the cold snap leaves, apart from the big explosion, it leaves an icy trail. So if the enemies stay on that cloud, I guess, um, they can get refrozen,
Yeah, that's
which is cool.
that's I want to try the cold snap one day. The cold front.
And you'll get to
So
it.
yeah, deployable weapons. Just to quickly touch on the other things, buzz blades. I'm not happy that they came back, but
Me neither. But I mean,
here's my problem with returning weapons. Very briefly, they besides the fact that we knew they're coming back,
yeah,
we could calculate like, oh, we have 12 new weapons, so the rest will all be returning. Or
yeah,
what? Like we know one's the buzz blades, we know one's the warmonger. It's like it spoils the fun by knowing that
yeah.
you don't have more chances at new weapons.
And also all the returning weapon. Well, let me actually um die. Yeah.
Yes, you jumped off the cliff. Chiaki's proud.
Okay.
It's not a cliff, it's a metal platform. Shut up, I don't care.
Where can, oh, in the quick select we have 8 at the same time. Okay. Um. Okay. So I think there are. I mean, I don't think there are 20 weapons. 5 of them are returning, which is again the Ouya proportion, which I'm fine with. The problem is all the returning weapons like Peacemaker, Blast Blades, Agents of Doom, Bouncer, Pixelizer. They are all from the PS4 game, and except the Pixelizer, there are multiple like repeatedly returning weapons. Like
Yeah. Yep.
I would
They
take
could have brought back the plasma storm and I would have screamed.
exactly
Because that
like
that came back once, it was awesome, and then we didn't see it for like 16 years or something.
I would get like again I would get weapons returning from PS4 because it's a previous game. The usual thing is the weapons return from the previous game. Okay, previous game is
But if they
PS4.
do that every time,
Yeah, but if previous game is PS4 and in PS4 there were like only 2 new weapons, if you bring back weapons from a game that all the weapons were returning in,
chain.
they're gonna be multiply returning weapons.
It's a
Warmonger,
recycled chain.
Warmonger, Buzz Blades, Bouncer. Like again, the Bouncer, okay, was in PS4, was the pre-order bonus, was a fiasco. Um,
And
they
I never
still
got to use it.
they still haven't made the DLC like in the Japanese version for some reason after 5 years. I think people that have pre-ordered the game have already gotten their pre-order bonus worth. And in Japan, and the Japan version has the Japanese version has, uh, the Bouncer as DLC that you can buy anywhere, like at any time. So why not make that a worldwide thing? I guess Japan that didn't have the pre-order bonus as a pre-order thing, but like you have the infrastructure and you have 5 years already of benefits. So um, and okay, like it came back like that. So like the majority of people didn't play with it. I could only play with it when the PS4 game was free, so I got the Japanese version for free, and I got the DLC. Um, that was less like a couple of bucks on the Japanese version. That in theory transferred to the main version, but it doesn't. So I don't know. But I don't care. Like the cutscenes in the PS4 version are just skip material. So, um, I don't know. I don't want to be rude, but that's how at the point we are right now. Uh,
Yeah,
so
at least the in level in game rendered ones for
yeah, and
sure.
the other ones are like the movie ones. So, um, so yeah, okay. The bouncer, um, only a very few amount, a very small amount of people played with it on PS4, and they brought it back at one bolt in challenge mode, so like everyone can play with bouncer after beating the
Why
game.
one bolt though? The Rhino is 0. There are free weapons. It's possible. It works with the UI. It works with the system. So why one bolt?
I don't know. Pixelizer is also one bolt. If you haven't pre-ordered this one,
So they're saying they're worthless. Returning weapons are worthless, except the buzz blades and the warmonger and like all the boring ones.
and again, like the warmonger is always like super heavily busted and broken and deals a lot of damage and whatnot. Like in all the games it's been great. But the problem with this sentence is in all the games it's been.
It's like except for 5, the rest of the games it's been in, they're good.
Like how like how
Hell, you need to
difficult
have dinner in 15 minutes.
in minus an hour and 15 minutes. Um like how difficult it is to come up with another uh rocket launcher.
I have like 6 ideas already from like throughout the years.
Like okay, like the main archetype and a bit and utility is going to be the same, but like I don't know, the warmonger is always like green long weapon with 4 rockets that then, well, if it's the thick warmonger then it upgrades to have 6, if not it's 8. um like this, that it's confusing because you cannot shoot multiple at the same time, you have to wait and it rotates and it's always the same missile. um and it
That's
doesn't,
how a minigun works.
yeah, but like it doesn't make the rate of fire go higher when you have 8, it just, it's cooler because there's more in the model.
Because there's only one barrel, you can only fire and ignite one projectile.
Yeah, but it's the top, like
It's just storage. It's a magazine of bullets. Well,
yeah,
like
but
it's
what is here that makes it,
there's a fuse system from the barrel to
but
the rotating
just in
thing.
this one. It's not even
Oh,
on the
I thought
center,
it's
it's the top one.
true. I thought it's kind of attached, like top heavy, but no, it's dead center. Okay, your point is valid. Makes no fucking sense. It's terrible.
Like now when shooting, I think the animation played it, so it moved, so it looks like it's firing
Oh,
from the
I know
center.
why. The aiming reticle is only on top, and that fires it.
Yeah, on homing missiles.
You wink and like it knows and it fires the one you're looking at.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And again, like it's always a rocket launcher that then upgrades to have like 5 or 6 extra mini rockets that fire like that, and you can do this and fire multiple enemies get hit, and
If they rebranded the functionality,
there's a
I
rare
wouldn't care.
titanium, and there's always a rare titanium upgrade where they home into enemies sometimes a bit or a lot in Nexus. I don't know. It's just change the name of it and the appearance a bit, and you have a new rocket launcher.
Yeah, and make it change up the functionality so it's fast firing like the mini rocket tube. That was
Hmm.
amazing, and I would love to see a rapid fire rocket launcher, but nope.
Yeah, no.
But don't get me wrong, I love the new weapon selection, and the
Yeah,
Black
yeah, no.
Hole
Again,
Storm is my favorite weapon in the whole game, and it's 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 so good. It's I just watch it being used. I never got to use it, but I just watch and I'm like, this is I would never use a different weapon. Not even a topiary is worth like interrupting this for. Nope.
Yeah, and
So
the
absolutely love so many of these. I have one point I want to get on to about two weapons quick.
hmm.
But instead of going into discussion, I'll just be very brief and say the sniper charges up 3 shots once upgraded,
Yeah, I saw that one, and I also
but
wanted
we
to.
shared that opinion
Yeah,
that the first shot staggers the enemy, makes it like jitter around, so consequent shots are almost guaranteed to miss every
yep.
time.
It's like a
So it's kind
useless
of like a
missile.
self-defeating functionality.
Yep.
And the shield, a personal problem I have is, again, you take it out so you cannot damage anything. You go into defense mode
Mhm,
against ranged enemies,
mhm.
and then you can eject the shield, which reaches anything but the ranged enemies. So you have to then switch to a long range weapon and take them out. So why did you do that whole thing in the first place? Like, why did you waste 3 seconds shielding and then ejecting and then switching to the rocket and then shooting the enemy anyway?
I mean,
It's
counterpoint.
it's
What the?
great for clearing swarmers.
Okay, but
it's it's amazing for clearing like close enemies that rush
yeah,
you,
it's a third.
but it's not good against them because it doesn't block melee. So again, it's kind of like a reverse functionality loop, like feedback loop thing.
My counter argument is that it's precisely balanced so you can shoot the enemies nearby and the melee ones, so you can actually damage them, stagger them, and knock them back, and as a cover for the far away one, so you can just shield yourself from the shot, and then when they get close, boom, or like the other enemies get close, boom, and then you go back into here.
Yeah,
So it's
but
like it
you wait
has.
for the arranged
Wait,
ones
wait,
to
wait.
get close.
No, no, no. It has like a way of dealing with both ranged and melee enemies, even though you don't kill the ranged ones, unless you have it upgraded where you can, return the shots.
Yeah,
Because
the
there's.
upgrade kind of solves the first problem,
Yeah,
but I'm assuming it's not that good and not that consistent. Like you
yeah,
have to wait
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah, yeah,
save up shots, and like you would have been done by now
yeah,
with the
yeah, yeah,
warmonger.
absolutely. I
And
mean,
like with a dash, you don't take
it's.
damage anyway.
I think it's like to not make it the absolute best in every situation ever. So
I would have loved if it worked like the shield, the Tesla barrier thing, that it blocks melee, it still drains ammo, so you can't
Oh
just
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like
break the game.
my so my criticism is not that you cannot shoot far away enemies like with this. My only problem with the shield is that you can get melee attacked from outside the shield. It's not that the enemy has crossed the barrier like in the Star Wars force fields for some reason. Um, so it's not that the enemy is already inside the like on your side of the shield and it attacks you, so that's okay. It's that the enemies attack from outside the shield and the shield does nothing.
Yeah,
So
that's my
that's
problem with the swarmer things. If
yeah,
any off-screen enemies left or right get
yeah,
close enough, like from the blade balls and those chargy ones
yeah, yeah, yeah.
especially, it's a guaranteed hit, and the hurt box or whatever hitbox of the enemy attack
Yeah.
lasts so long that a
Yeah.
dash is not enough iframes,
Yeah.
and you will get hit no matter what.
Yeah.
Like if a blade ball gets close, you're hit. That's
I
it.
think I think that's more on the next point on point four.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
yeah, on the shield end,
Oh
I
my god,
think
point four.
yeah, on the shield end, I think the only problem I have with it is that it doesn't even do anything like not slowing down. Like I don't know if it was like the Zoni blast or something. I don't know. Not blocking, not keeping swarmers away. Nothing, absolutely nothing to melee enemies. But again, I think that's probably a conscious decision to uh, make it worse.
Yeah, and I understand balancing. It's just I think the two purposes it has are kind of working against their own problems which they would solve.
Yeah, I think
Because
I think the
if you have a bunch
idea
of swarmers and
you
they're
just do
not in
this and that's
front,
it. Yeah,
you dash back and like whatever.
my wish, of course, like I want everything to be better always. So that's not like to diminish the value of what we got, but like um my wish for the upgrade actually for the V5 um was for it to cover a bit more. Like when you do this, you have this situation, which of course gameplay has to um take priority in front of making sense. Like you're shielding backwards, not to the front. And also here you can see how Ratchet's tail is actually what's being here. Um because the game expects Ratchet here. Um but yeah, my only wish was probably like if we cannot get like melee cover, which would be like if we got that, I'm okay with the shield being like this. Um for the upgrade to have more, not not to be more wider, but to actually have more curve and protect you from the sides at least, like maybe
I
not a
okay.
3,
I
maybe
no.
not a
Finish your
360,
point. I have a daring suggestion.
maybe not a 360, but like not shield charger levels of great, but you know
You can still be hit from above.
well, yeah, rivet. What the fuck?
She really enjoys the shield. So my daring suggestion is enemies that attack the shield
Hmm.
are electrocuted and stunned for a bit. Not damaged, just
Yeah,
enough for you to get out of the thing.
yeah, like touching
And
the shield should have an effect. It's not like why
they
again
just
like the Star
phase
like
through
the
it.
Star Wars ones. why I think in Star Wars it's probably justified in some canon piece that I haven't seen. But like projectiles cannot get through, but then just someone walks through them and that's it. That's fine. That's perfectly okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's sometimes used in games, the projectile only shields.
Hmm.
But the fact
I
that
don't
you
know. Like
cannot, meanwhile, deal with melee enemies because
yeah.
you're holding a shield and it's not doing anything and people are getting through, that's a problem.
I mean, again, I think the idea is that's exactly why this exists. Like if you have melee enemies closing in, you just do this and that's it. And it's like a really good shotgun, so that's cool.
Yeah, if you keep like backing away, it's great.
Yeah, you do this and bottom. But
Like if you play strategically and you don't let yourself get flanked, it's great.
if you want at the same time to defeat the melee enemies and to get covered from the long range ones, then yeah, then you're
Yeah, that's why it just feels like I love to use it against melee. I think it's great.
yeah.
My problem is really with the original functionality, which is to block projectiles. What enemy in the game would I say I would take out the shield to block projectiles from, but I don't want to attack
instead
them
of
back
yeah,
for the time being?
instead of just dashing and boom. Yeah,
There's
no,
there
I
there
think
has
I
never
just
been a time where I'm like, let me block this rocket
yeah.
and then change weapons and then deal with the enemy.
Yeah, I think
Never. Nah, not really.
I think again the as some people have said, the key of making a good shield was turning it into a gun, because as a gun, it's functional, it's good, it's a good shotgun, but then you lose like the main shield functionality is not that great or not
Yeah.
what you'll use this weapon for, which is ironic.
Everybody I watched
Yeah,
used it as take them out, walk towards the enemies, and start like shooting shields at them repeatedly.
yeah,
It was never to block something,
and also
and maybe it
blocking.
has like a super good functionality, like it can block if there was like a one-shot laser of a
Oh
boss,
yeah,
and it would be like encouraged that you need this, and it makes it so easy. Yeah, sure, okay, I would see the point. But
yeah, but
nothing a Phantom Dash cannot solve. I'm sorry.
yeah, and also like if there was like I don't know, there's an enemy like pretty far away that's shooting at you, and you just do this to cover yourself, go in close and do bam. But in this time, usually if it's actually a long range enemy, the enemy will go away too. Like you, and the enemies, well, I don't know. I mean, a lot of enemies actually are stay like super close to you, and even the sniper bots, you can hyper strike them, which is funny. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't like. I still don't know why are they sniper bots. Like, I just thought they were like laser balls, and then people in game were like, "Oh no, sniper bots!" I'm like, "Sniper."
Yeah, Wretched Horizons Savalian is like,
Yeah.
is that a sniper bot? Like, how did you make the conclusion that that huge, largest, like, non-boss enemy in the entire game is a sniper? It's a sneaky little trying to hide and
Yeah, and shooting from far away, except not. I don't know. Yeah,
yeah,
it's
I mean
weird.
it has a lock-on laser and then a powerful shot. I guess that makes it a sniper.
Yeah.
Okay, my final point about the shield. It reminds me of a riot shield. You don't use it to defeat enemies at a range. You walk up to them slowly and then you bash them in the face with it repeatedly.
Yeah, I think
That's the
it's
purpose.
a weapon from Fuse, they said. That's that they brought up here. I don't know. I like it, of course. I like it a lot, but like I have problems with it and I think it could have been much cooler. But I don't know like how much of it was not thought of or not thought about and how much of it was actually intentional not to make it like absolutely stupidly broken.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's fair.
Feeling good about this one.
I have one final point on the arsenal point, and
Yeah.
then I'm actually done. It's no morph weapons. I'm surprised. I
Yeah.
just wanted to say that.
Yeah, we talked about, well, at the start of challenge mode. We were like, "Oh, there's gonna be another weapon because don't have the trophy." What will it be apart from the pixelizer? Because I had it. What will it be? What will it be? And then it's the bouncer, which again,
Is the pixelizer a morph weapon? I
is
know
it
the
so?
rhino is.
Is
You
it
can
so?
replace your toad with a dinosaur.
Okay, I saw that joke and I was like, "What?"
And well, now you know.
And I'm like,
Like, sure.
what do you mean replace your enemy with a dino? You cannot do that. You just stomp them and they're like, oh yeah, that's exactly that.
You can turn multiple toads into one dino as well.
I don't know. I think the topiary and the pixelizer function as like half um morph weapons.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
They're not animal
I
morph.
wasn't a fan of like morph weapons, so I'm not like missing them. I'm just surprised.
Yeah, I mean, they're not an animal morph like every game before this. But I think, like the funny haha enemies now X is covered, so that's cool.
Enemies ice cube, enemies plant, and
Enemies
enemies
voxels.
yeah.
I mean,
Rhino?
I I also expected or wanted a morph weapon, but I think it's fine. I hope they return in later installments. Oh, look at Dino.
I'd much rather not have a morph weapon than to have the sheepinator. And personally, I much prefer not to have a morph weapon than to have a morph weapon. They're usually good.
I
It's a
mean,
personal.
oh god.
It's so goofy. I'm like, yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I
It's a
think
kid's game. Like, yeah, it's goofy. Deal with it.
yeah. No, but apart from that, like yeah, but not only that, but like crazy weird weapons and like the rock charm and whatnot. But like from a gameplay perspective and from like good weapons, I think um Morph is not good. It takes forever. And when you move a bit, like you do this a bit, and then the enemy don't like you have to restart the morphing process again. Same with the Shipinator from Rock 2, and I think same with the Quackeray and Ouya. Um, Deadlocked,
At
you
least those are remaining health dependent.
yeah,
I'm
Deadlocked.
not sure about Rec one.
Uh, yeah. Um, Deadlocked, you have the morph mod, which is like great because any weapon can be a morph weapon, or no weapon can be a morph weapon if you don't feel like it. Except in PS3, where if you use the morph mod, then you're fucked because you have to also kill the animals because they count for mission progression.
Yep. Same with some of the voxels in Rift Apart, from
Yeah,
what I've seen. So they actually enemies in an alive state
it looks like so. Yeah.
and present. Some of them sometimes I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's
Now,
weird.
one more point about the weapons that I have to bring up. The new Rhino. What do you think?
I think well, the design is could be cool if it wasn't a reskin of the creators. Oh yeah, no. Before that, the morph weapons. Um, Deadlock had that. Size Matters has the Mutator, which at V1 sucks ass, but the Armageddon is crazy good. Um, it latches more into enemies. It's harder to lose the morph process midway. Um, it goes super fast. And I think it had like another cool thing on the upgrade about the what the cows did and so on. So yeah, Armageddon, cool. Zack had the pork bomb gun, which is pretty shit from what I've played lately. It might be a V1 thing. You get it pretty late into the game, um, but even like so in Zack, I don't know if you've seen Zack at all.
Well, not like a full playthrough or anything.
Okay, so
Just pieces.
you know Ratchet's in prison, um,
Yeah.
and the only Ratchet sections are arena sections. So and the enemies are actually returning enemies from previous games.
Yeah.
So basically, a pork bomb gun to a thug, I think it was, or a deadlocked hedgehog, does nothing. It's just like a bomb, but without the cool explosion effect. And then you have to shoot like two or three, and then it gets converted into a pig. Which it takes away both the satisfying feel and like the usefulness of it because it's super weak.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
But
I
yeah,
didn't know
so
that exists.
no, yeah, don't worry. Then Todd had the penguin the penguin transmorpher, which is a device, so it does an upgrade. You don't really have to use it at all. It doesn't actually kill enemies. After a while, they return back to normal. I don't know if it deals any damage at all, but it's like a stun weapon with a funky effect, I guess. Um, Quest for Booty is Quest for Booty. And then Acid has the Chimpomatic, which is one of the best morph weapons in the series. It is fast ish on V1, very fast as you level it up. Um it's almost impossible to lose uh the morph progress. Like if you've targeting an enemy, you can move around and do crazy flips and the enemy can move around a lot and you still target that enemy. And then on V5, the Chimpositron has two rays that are super fast uh, and make overkill in hardcore where you don't have, and it has infinite ammo. Which the pork bomb gun does have ammo, uh, which is shit. Um, and the transmorpher too, but it's a device, so whatever. Um, so yeah, it has two rays that go simultaneously. They're pretty fast. Overkill in hardcore has no ammo crates until like round. No, wait, it has a health crate until on round like 11 or 12. I think it has ammo crates on the bosses or depending on how long you take to reach certain rounds. So you can use the unlimited ammo weapon and it's actually good and goes through shields. Like the shielded Agorians get transformed like this with a Chimpositron. It's crazy. It's super good. Then Nexus had the Winterizer, which has ammo, and it's good, but I think it's still worse than the Chimpositron. Even with the Supernova thing that has like waves that, you know, um, transform more enemies into
But does it have
snowmen.
the song though?
La, 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 la. Yeah,
The Chimpositron does not have
the
the
song.
coolest song.
True. Also,
It's objectively the best song IG has ever made.
Ratchet has now two la 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 sections. La 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 la, and Emperor Nefarious going la 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 la
They really
la.
like that.
Yeah.
You know, they made like two in their whole lifetime. They're
They
obsessed.
love that more than
Unlike
these
unlike
weapons.
gloves.
Yeah. Like I
So
think
Rhino,
it's yeah, Rhino, if it wasn't a reskin of the Creative Strike. Oh yeah, the Creative Strike is really good in Alpha 1. And the Shipinator, which is another the same skin, is really cool in PS4. And again, like we've had games with morph weapons that were not animals, snowmen. Um so I think this is good. Like Topiary and Pixelizer fit in for morphing. Rhino, if it wasn't a reskin, I think it would be cooler. Like it looks kind of good in black, but I cannot look at it and not think about the Greatest Strike. So I'm sorry.
not having played Alpha 1, I love the black Rhino
Mm,
8. It looked
yeah,
so good. I was like, whoa. It's a shame that it's a shipinator, but
yeah,
like that I've seen it before, but it
yeah,
looks cool and it doesn't have to look
yeah.
like
Okay.
a gun with a barrel
No,
because
yeah, yeah.
it works
It,
different
it's
now,
it's
so it
like
makes sense.
on-demand dimensionator, which also has its implications. But um, you don't know. It's
Forgot
cool.
about that.
Um, and then like it's a room. It's an amazing room clearer. If you combine it with a cold snap and you have every enemy frozen in place, it gets to like 9999 like damage cap in RPG mode levels of good. But against bosses, I think there has to be a way for it to actually be consistent or like have some kind of way to shoot at them because sometimes it deals more than 2000 damage and sometimes it deals like less than 100. I
I don't know
don't
if
get
it's
it.
proximity based.
Oh, stream
It
that. Yeah,
surely
true, true.
is.
I see it. Hold on. So yeah, I think
Nice.
there has to be a way to like predict or like modify. Oh look, um, how much damage does it do or does it deal? I think it also depends on what is teleported in, which doesn't really. Oh, maybe not. Maybe that's just my observations. I hope it's not because then you should, and depending on what randomly appears, you deal more or less damage, and that's not cool. That's RNG and in dealing damage, and that's like not great.
The gambling gun.
Yeah,
Everybody hates it.
but again, if you call Snap and Peacemaker something, you can get to 9999 damage, at
You
least shot.
Cold War them. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's cool. It's like the concept that we were hyping when the game was revealed and we knew it was all about dimensions and portals. It was like, oh, imagine if the Rhino um opens portals to other dimensions and it brings things and whatever, They have to
Yep.
do that.
I remember that vividly, and I was not on the hype train because I immediately saw the game design
Yep.
problems having some perspective, and it turns out to have exactly the problems I thought it would have.
I remember also like saying I would love it visually, aesthetically, and the concept. I don't know how. I think what I said was I don't know how would they make it work correctly. Like how do they mix like cool things being pulled and actually damaging in a reasonable way? And I think this is the best they could do actually, or the best that anyone could
Yeah.
do. Like the best that can be done.
Yep. My problems, like first concerns was okay. What if you shoot it in like a hallway? Like, does it just go through the ceiling or like what
Mm,
happens? But not many enclosed areas actually in the game, so that's kind
yeah,
of solved.
yeah.
But the inconsistency of enemies move around, they won't, the
Hmm.
things won't follow them properly or do like flying enemies, flying bosses especially.
Yeah.
Like the Nephi arm just moves away, and it's like, great, wasted an ammo, I guess.
Yeah.
And sometimes it deals like 400 damages, sometimes it's 6,000 or whatever, and it's
Yeah.
is inconsistent for the same reason that I kind of didn't want it to be this concept.
Mhm.
But if there's any game this was explored, it was now,
Yeah.
and I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
done well, and
Yeah.
I love the idea, and I love the references.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
awesome.
having Jack and Sly here is crazy good. In the same game where you have mags, um,
Yeah,
say that all these dimensions exist and they're canon in the rack multiverse,
yeah.
basically. That's
Which
great.
if Super Mario is canon, that means the Metro City from Odyssey is canon, which means the Earth is canon, which
Which
will
means
give birth to a whole new weird area of fan fictions.
Zell, you don't have to go that path. It's just
Yeah,
Dan.
but then if it's
It's just
justified,
it's just Dan is
it's
Dan is canon. That's it.
yeah, true, but like cartoon then is canon, I
Yeah, yeah.
guess.
No, yeah, just
But like actual Earth being canon,
no, yeah, yeah. I mean,
oh god.
the Insomniac Museum in 2 and 3 is the Earth, but only America. So, and it's called like Burbank or
So
Dantopia.
the Earth,
So the Earth for Americans, or in any other
yeah,
movie. Oh, an alien attack! I wonder will they? Whoa, well, where will they go?
yeah. And I also love how it was the IG planets, the IG Amma planets, or just a city. I think it was a city. I forgot the name.
Which one? Hold on.
Where the IGMs were. I
No,
can't.
yeah, Burbank,
Yeah, Burbank. Yeah, so it was like, huh, a whole
and
planet or city.
no, I think it's. Is it not like Burbank or Dantopia?
I don't know what Dentopia is. I never heard that.
I think Dantopia is also like the name of the planet the IGM is on. Dantopia is Sprinkler.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Dantopia, also known as Burbank, is a secret world in the Bogon galaxy resembling planet Earth. So yeah, it's the alt name. I guess in one screen you get like one name, and in the other screen you get another name, as per Insomnia consistency.
Yeah. Man, they really missed out on the Enforcer upgrading into the Denforcer, and it's just Dan Johnson like just flying out of the gun, or you hold a Dan Johnson and it's like firing fists at
Where's
people.
the 26th gold bolt that makes every weapon from Dan Johnson figures?
Oh yes, please yes.
uh,
So yeah, Rhino was cool.
yeah. Most popular type
I
of music in Spain is flamenco. That was my first were in Spain, North Africa, Andalusian, well, Islamic suffering gypsy cultures. I can, yeah. I have to play the game of will that fact be true or not? Hey Sapphire, you're going to sleep. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you a lot. And have
have
a
a
great,
wonderful sleep,
yeah,
buddy.
exactly. See you next time.
If you're like he's gone for like 6 minutes.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, I don't know
goodbye.
how when that was. Uh, but
It was
that's
3 minutes ago.
just behind, just before the. Yes, the Earth is just America, so
Yep. It's
not
been a
that long
while.
ago.
Hope there are no guards here. So Al, we have to speed this up because I need to go in 11 minutes.
Oh my god. Okay.
Uh,
Okay, so we've discussed the arsenal itself. Let's discuss point 4, which is combat balance and flow. My main point here is also like enhanced with wrench only experience, but before that, um melee is broken in the best and worst way. I mean, again, I've done well wrench only, wrench and hammer only, both in regular playthrough and challenge mode. I think I started on easy actually. I changed to medium right away. Like I think after Megalopolis. Um, then I changed to second hardest and immediately to hardest because I remembered the health grade thing. Uh, so um, I think here's where you can. No, I think Francois will be better, an even better way. So let's restart. Not that. Oh yeah. Meanwhile, I saw Insomniac is hiring people. I don't know if it's like a creative director and then like um some other art and gameplay and so on. And then there's one specific for multiplayer um services, and then like the whole pack of offers was announced as jobs for a new multiplayer experience.
Oh no.
That was my
They're
own.
they're getting they're getting swallowed by the same thing that took Toys for Bob, that took Vicarious Visions. I'm not sure about that, but
Yeah,
Toys for Bob was put on Call of Duty or
yep.
something. Like,
Uh,
come
it's
on, the best thing that ever came out in the past 5 years of Activision.
it's temporary, and Toys for Bob is still on Crash services, and I think like they've been like moved to that for the time being, but they say that they want to keep in touch with Crash when this it's like a live campaign that has like a definite time window. But yeah, so sad, dude. Like they could just forget about Call of Duty or whatever the fuck, and then have Toys for Bob at least one of the three. You know, you have Vicarious Visions that did the Insane, um, Beanox that did the Nitro Fueled, and Toys for Bob who did Spyro and Crash 4. Of those three, you could have had like at least the one that made Crash 4 like and the most recent games, you know, Toys for Bob, dedicated to these kinds of franchises that now are revitalized. But no.
Yeah, like bit of a tangent, but I was just like, please don't do that to IG. Just
Yeah, yeah.
don't move them over to whatever Marvel Hulk versus, I don't
Yeah,
know,
that was my first idea. And
Iron
and
Man.
and yeah, they're like, as I said, I think it's creative director, it's another director, and then there's like another senior or lead position and another one, and then like a multiplayer specific one. But all of them are they say are from for this new project. Um, so yeah, I'm worried. I mean, it's Insomniac, so I have like trust, I guess, or faith. Um, it looks like it's gonna be something completely new. It's not gonna be rack related, Spidey related, or um, resistance related, I guess.
Sunset Overdrive.
That would be a nice way to bring like Sunset Overdrive to PS now that there's references here, like, and then have like, but that again, it wouldn't need all these new positions probably. I don't know. I just hope it's not like if it's a completely new IP, that means there's Spider-Man, Ratchet, and this new IP now competing. And a multiplayer game means a lot of live services and so on later after launch. So I know this is completely like subjective, egotistical, and like just for what I would enjoy the most, but that means less time for Ratchet. I don't want that.
Or new IP in a similar style,
Oh yeah,
maybe in a similar universe.
Rude Kid.
So
Yeah.
how is Melee broken out?
Oh yeah. So here, well, that was loud. That confused me for a sec. Wow. Okay. What can we use? Okay. So I think it's on 50. Oh god. Okay. So yeah, here come the blade balls that are now being frozen because there's still the cloud there. Oh
And
yeah,
then burned.
and Francois also got frozen 2 again with the same cold front shot. Okay. So these balls, they have like this animation here where they go back a bit, and then like the other blade ball was here, and this is the distance they travel. And like right now,
Yeah, and it's like a few frames.
this is not a problem because I have invincibility, but that would cause me to get knocked back. And sometimes I have actually been stun locked. I mean, it was only 2 hits, but that killed me because I wasn't at full HP, and then 2 hits actually killed me. But I couldn't do anything. Like I was knocked back, jumped back into it, and another blade ball. It was I don't know if it was a blade ball or like another swarmer enemy, but I think it was blade balls because these are the
To me,
worst.
the chain stuns came from
PS4.
the Robomods so much
Oh yeah.
on Sargasso.
Hmm.
When you go up to the gel plant, I've been just hit 6 times
Oh,
from
God.
like just being hit. And then another dog comes from the side and I'm hit. And then more dogs from long range just charge in, hit me. And the problem is they don't lose target when you're dashing. So
Yeah.
they start their charges, and
Yep.
as
Look at
soon
that.
as you land out of things, as soon as you land out of the dash, they can just immediately
Look at how
somehow
high
chain up.
res. Sorry.
It's not even high, like that is actually not even like,
Yeah.
no, it's high res, but it's not like detailed.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's not,
But it
it's more
looks.
like smoke to me than an explosion.
I don't know. It looks good. It's probably the best they've looked. But no. In any case, yeah.
I really don't like the fire slash explosions in Rift Apart,
No.
but I loved in PS4 game, some dropships when they die or something.
I don't know. I think in. Uh, I think I like them more here. I don't know. Like look at that.
Like that base explosion that's used all the time. I don't like that. But
Yeah, that's
the
true.
streaks and the flying goons, the
Hmm.
jetpack goons,
Yeah.
when they have those extra particles flying out in different
Yeah.
directions.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I love that.
Okay. So yeah, my problem is not only they have like for being melee, and it's not even the melee guys, it's the swarmer enemies.
Yeah, it's always the swarmer melees.
It's
They're not
yeah, but I mean it's not like the
they're
hammer goons.
telegraphed to one.
The hammer goons are fine, but these little shits, like all of them, I think the sun sharks also have like are less than these ones, but also open their mouths and then they just teleport to where you are. Like not teleport, but like snap towards where you are, and it's
Yeah.
crazy. Robomats, I haven't had experiences as bad as with these two. Um, and then what other swarmers are there?
Well, there's the bone sharks,
Well, yeah,
obviously.
yeah.
And the amoeboids, which
Okay,
they weren't as
Amiiboids.
bad.
I also want to say something about Amiiboids. I'll touch it briefly now, I guess. Um, I don't like how they take 24 hits for them to divide. I'm fine with them dividing instead of in two in like 4 or 5. That's okay. But then they reform with just 2. So you can have, if there's like a medium amiiboid in range only, like if you have a shotgun, that's fine. But in range only, sometimes you have a medium amiiboid. You hyper strike it twice or 3 times. It divides in 5. You kill 3. The 2 that are like farther away reform into a medium amiiboid. You hyper strike him. It divides in 5. If you don't have any luck, you have now 2 medium amiiboids. And
Oh, they can spread infinitely?
yep. I've had
Oh, that's an awesome XP farm. I should
I
have
don't
used
know.
that.
I don't know if it actually like I only encountered that situation in range only because I had a large amoeboid that takes like I don't know how many hyper strikes. Like it's always 2 or 3 because the range is broken. But um, they divide in 3. You go to kill one. It takes 2 hyper strikes. In the time you've hyper striked twice, the other 2 are already a large amoeboid. So now you have 5 small amoeboids and a large amoeboid. If you kill the small amoeboids, they're fine. But if you leave 2, now you have large amoeboid and 2 medium amoeboids that can reform into a large amoeboid. So now you have 2 large amoeboids.
Oh yeah, now they have a ranged attack, right?
And they spit, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I played Cordelian.
Yeah.
Um, just once. I didn't like. There's like what
No, I mean,
4 encounters with them.
with
So yeah,
weapons,
with weapons it wasn't like a problem.
it's fine.
Yeah.
With the wrench, it's just the large one.
I'll
Um,
just remind you gently of the Demoiselle wrench only,
oh yeah.
the room where you have to clear them all.
Yeah, true.
And then I rather just found suddenly a way to skip the whole
Yeah.
building out of bounds than do that. Because I did it once with the well-timed nanotech increase,
Yeah,
but then I died and I'm like, I'm not farming another level again.
yeah. But yeah,
I agree, melees are broken and
so I
really
think,
annoying.
yeah, I
Like
think,
the most annoying enemy,
yeah,
except one specific.
yeah. I also want to, yeah. So, um, range only experience just only enhances these problems because, and again, I say melee is broken. I should say the range is crazy broken OP, which is fun as fuck. I love that, but I would take a bit of a nerf to the range, um, if that also meant uh, not crazy stupid broken swarmers because it's just it's just stupid the way that you see them go like these balls in particular. You see them go back like a recoil just before hitting you, and you're like, okay, now when they do that, they're gonna attack me. I dash backwards, and they hit you even then, because if there's more than one blade ball, like one of them has finished the attack while the other one is just starting to attack you, the hurt um, hitbox duration is super long. And then you're like, okay, let's dash sideways, and you see their trajectory move towards you and then to the side to meet you on at the end of the dash. It's just stupid.
Yeah, their hurt blocks last a long time, and the problem is that because they don't lose sight of you while you're dashing, if one of them initiates an attack when you're halfway through the dash, it's
You're
just gonna
dead.
spawn that hurt box in
You're
a
dead.
few frames
Yes.
before your dash ends, and it's just gonna linger there.
Yeah.
And no matter what you do,
And it's not only
not
that.
even maybe with frame perfect inputs of another dash, can you avoid it in any
No,
way.
because even with the jump cancel while you're jumping, like that's the fastest way you can double dash. Um, when
Yeah.
you're jumping, you're not invincible, so you can get hit there. So as soon as the dash ends, you're dead. Um, but it's not only that they don't lose sight of you, because if they knew you were there, but once the attacking animation started, it was like, they've gone back for a while and then just charge. If they charged in a straight line, you could avoid them easily.
Yeah.
Like the sniper
Yeah.
bots follow you with the small like optic laser, whatever, to aim at you. Then the laser changes to a red one, like more bigger one, and if you move, then they're locked. The purple laser will shoot in that direction. But with the blink balls, they go back to charge, and they just move however the fuck they want to reach you.
Yeah.
It's
That's
not.
like I usually dash into the enemy
Yeah.
because like logically I always did that in games because the less time spent in their hurt box is
Yeah.
more chances of not being hit.
Yeah.
However, if they're the front of their squad
Hmm.
because they charge first,
Yeah.
if you dash into that squad with stacking and staggering their hurt boxes to cover like
Yeah.
4 seconds, like continuously,
Yeah.
good luck.
Yeah. So again,
Besides
and
melee, I didn't find bullshit enemies except
yeah, the one that we're
the
gonna
one.
talk about in a sec. But before that, again, with these little fellas, I haven't had trouble. Like with weapons, yeah, you can just shotgun them all at the same time, and it's fine. With the wrench, or if you try to, avoid them, um,
Or with the
it's
shield,
yeah,
it
yeah.
doesn't
True.
block
Again,
melee.
that's another point towards the shield not working. Like another negative point of the shield not working against melee because these guys will just obliterate you from afar. Um, but yeah, my problem here, and it's perfect because it's with the Francois battle in challenge mode specifically. Like it also happens in a new game, but in challenge mode, you get hit for more, and the enemies are smarter, so it's even worse. In Renegade Legend, of course. Which yeah, the answer could be, oh, why are you playing Wrench only in Renegade Legend challenge mode? Because that's the challenge. But like I'm accepting a challenge. It's not like a crazy stupid enemy just not hit scanning, but like tracking you while they're already attacking.
I like challenge where if it's my fault, I get punished.
Yeah,
I don't like mechanics that punish me because they are not designed that way.
yeah,
And melees stick out like a sore thumb
yeah,
because the other enemies are so well telegraphed usually
yeah.
that I
And
really
like
didn't have
you
any
can tell,
problems.
with the when the blade bolts are gonna attack. That's not the problem. The problem is you cannot do anything about it.
Yeah, maybe you can dodge like one of them,
Yeah.
but if there's like a group,
So that was my point now. Not
oh, and
only
they're super fast.
no,
Melees are super fast
yeah,
now.
yeah. Not only they come in packs, they are fast. They scan you. They follow you to the end of the world. They are melee swarmers, but they have an absurd range and intelligence to track you. Not only that, but they are infinitely spawning in this challenge. You can kill 10 more will appear. You can get Francois to like 50% easily, like avoiding all the bouncer shots. Like it's not like one rogue is not a problem. And then these guys appear. You can keep hyper striking until you have it at 20 something percent before the blades get to you. That's the best I did. But then you're fucked.
You have to literally double dash run in circles
Yeah,
around the boss and throw the wrench
yeah,
and just you cannot stop or touch the ground. It's
yeah.
it's hot potato thing. It's Floris Blizzard thing.
Yeah. Um okay. So after ranting about the melee again, and I think um it's interesting how the melee is crazy OP and broken for you. Like a hyper strike is probably the most broken, like the most powerful attack close range you have. Um again, I
Oh, for
dealt
sure.
I dealt 1,600 damage to Nefarious with a wrench throw. Again, the wrench throw deals the same amount of damage as a hyper strike. This is also crazy broken.
Does it?
Yeah,
Huh. I mean, it makes sense because it's slower, but it has the trade-off of range.
yeah. But like usually, I think it dealt like except in Acid where you can hear how it hits multiple times because it goes through the enemy. So sometimes bosses. I think the War Grog had like ding 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 ding, and then that was more than hyper strike. Um, the range throw has always been like a singular swing, but at a distance. You have the advantage of distance, the con of not being able to do anything else, and the time it takes. But here, it deals the same amount of damage as a hyper strike. So I've dealt 1,600 damage to some bosses, and to one, I think it was a double hyper strike when I capped at 9999, but one was 5300 damage. One hyper strike, more than any rhino shot, a cold snap, and a warmonger. Sometimes it's crazy. Of course, it was to, I think it was a juggernaut on Viceron that is supposed to die to you helped by the prisoners. So like it's probably, and it doesn't have a health bar, so it's probably like a, a, a crazy tank. Um, but still,
Yeah, that's
without that, it's still like 1600 to 2k damage to some bosses, because it always is 2%. Like not always. Sometimes it's like first 1% and then 3%. But like the majority of bosses, including Emperor Nefarious at the end, die, all of them, in 50 hits. 50 range stops. Or hyper strikes. And they're dead.
interesting. Yeah.
The ones that
I
don't,
sensed it was strong.
I think the Seeker Beat is 1 by 1%, but it always has two phases. So you get like 50 and then 50. And I think the Imperial Power Suit in challenge mode, Renegade Legend, it was also 1%, or maybe sometimes, I don't know if I didn't hit all the time or what. Like I didn't realize with the numbers and so on. Sometimes it might be less than 1%, but that's like a huge ass power suit that it's far away and you can only throw it from the very very edge of the platform. You can only hit it from there. So yeah, I think, and again, knowing that a dev, an Insomniac guy, did a range only guy. Oh, see ya, Xenorph, see ya, Aaron.
Oh, he said goodbye.
Well, he said see ya, or I don't know if it's see yeah or.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I wasn't sure what that
I think I've seen
meant,
him
but yes.
say that to as a see ya before. That's why I. If you're staying here, just say so. If not, thanks for being here.
Yep. See you, Aaron.
So yeah, I've seen well, Teal's video after the fact. And he mentions an Insomniac dev that did a wrench only, well, wrench and hammer only run before launch, and actually went and removed all the roadblocks that made range only impossible, besides the tutorial of shoot this gun at those balloons. Okay, let me throw the wrench. No, shoot the gun.
Yeah, that makes sense, but it's sad that you can't somehow skip it.
Yeah.
Like, even if you could stand on the ships and somehow make it through,
you can
it's,
stand
the sequence.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can.
the sequence things need you to do things.
You can stand on the ships. You can get on top of the tower. You can glide your way to a very specific spot where it teleports you back, not to the Kerwan island, but to like a random spot in the air. But it's way behind, like around Veldin. The Veldin parade. I mean,
Interesting.
and you can make it to like a balloon there and jump your way, but then if you glide, you don't get even to Kerwan, so you just teleport it back. So but in any case, yeah, probably if you glide to Ardolis without completing that, your sequence broken, and you probably can't proceed anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting how like melee is broken both in your end, like you deal massive amounts of damage, and again, depends on the enemy. Like you can deal 1600 to a boss and then just 150 to a random enemy that also dies in 2 hyper strikes instead of 1. So I think it's not like the range throw is X amount of damage. It's just scaled depending on the enemy's health, which is crazy. And because it's not only on bosses, like some enemies, like some enemies you deal more or less damage depending on the planet. And so like if you backtrack to a zone where there's a nefarious trooper with less armor, you deal less damage, which is weird.
Yeah, I
Um,
guess these things were making sense with the damage numbers hidden. Like they were
yeah.
not
So yeah, it's
obviously
always
made with the cheat in
it
mind.
always balances out to about 2 hyper strike for all enemies, swarmers in 1, bosses in 50.
That kind of makes it boring,
Yeah.
but I can see why.
But I mean, again, like on Renegade Legend, the only difference it makes it's the enemies are way, way, way more smart or smarter. Like they flank you, they surround you, they hit you from far away, they shoot fast as fuck, they try to predict where you're going. Like, I mean, it's not like super intelligent AI or anything. It's just they try to shoot at you, and if you're running in a direction, like they do like 3 shots like this and then the 2 leading their shots to where you're going. So like you have to keep running for the first volley, and then on the last shots either stop or go the other way around, because they're actually leading their shots towards where you're going, which is fun, which is cool, which is really nice. It's like I prefer that way over like stupid blade balls.
Yeah. So I'll
um
mention
and
I'll
then
mention the
there's
one enemy.
the other enemy, which I'll bring in a sec.
You'll play them in, just be like, it's gonna take a few waves though.
Yeah, the first ones are.
But I think everybody knows at this point what this enemy is.
Oh,
Now the problem with this enemy is a visual telegraph problem for me.
it's a difficulty problem, a difficulty specific problem. I mean, I'll go into that when they appear. So go
I'm not
ahead.
sure what changes if the damage radius changes with difficulty.
That is not that easy to see, but you'll see what I mean. Like there's like, oh, there they are. Okay, so I want you to shoot. Okay, so here's the shot. Here's a second shot. Okay, on the floor we see absolutely nothing. Oh, oh, a target. I would love that to know where they're aiming at. The targets appear after, like, see? The shots.
Yep. And the visual explosion is way tinier than
Yep, than what
like
it actually is.
the edge of the smoke hits you, and
And you're
you
in
are
the
not
ground.
only hit,
You're knocked
you're
back.
thrown back on the ground, and you get chain stun like crazy here.
Yep.
But try something for me. I wanted to see that.
Okay, no, I wanna do this first. Oh look! The target's on the ground. Oh wait, no. Now it's hard to tell. But
I can see that.
now they are appearing also after the explosions, what?
But they look different.
I mean, yeah, they do. Oh, okay. The shot happens and then the explosion happens. There, and because they throw a bomb. Okay, yeah, that's the thing. Okay. So the shot happens,
Oh.
it's a bomb, the target appears, hey, be careful, an explosion will happen, and then it happens.
I had no idea how much easier these guys were on lower difficulties. What the hell?
So that's why I say it's a difficulty
But wait,
specific
don't
problem.
kill them, because I
Oh, well, there's
I
more
don't know if-
in a few. Don't
have
worry.
a hypothesis that I need tested
Yeah.
like quickly. I'm not sure what game had what kind of enemies like this, but if you're standing above invalid ground,
Hmm.
like you're on a wall, if you can like dash back and forth, I don't know if they'll shoot the wall, for example. They're still shooting like if they predict you'll be
Hmm.
on a valid
Oh,
floor.
there
I'm
it
not
is.
sure. Okay, yeah, there it is. Okay, so they will target like the lava too, I guess.
I'm assuming. Yeah. I saw a couple of explosions here. Yeah, they're there.
Because what I noticed is when I'm in the air, they cannot target me.
Oh, really?
So it might be not like valid ground, but a specific height above the surface. But if you're on the bouncy thing, like constantly, they just do the yeah, because they are like bored. They are like in some idle stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like they can only target if you're like on some valid floor.
Let me go back to... Bogo? Good thing it's cheat day.
So yeah, the way I did this pretty easily was just
I
it
stay
was my
there.
first idea when I saw you play this. Like
Like, don't get
my
me
first
wrong, like,
idea was, hey,
um,
I
I
would
did
just
it,
bounce on that thing.
I did it not wrench only, but, okay, so if you don't have the executor, oh, okay. If you don't have the executor, V5 on new game, um, to kill a regular goon, not even a jetpack one, you have to hyper strike and range swing because 2 hyper strikes kills them. And then shoot the enforcer with a double barrel for them to die. Okay, so I had to do that on all enemies. And in new game, I had a V1 enforcer, and that was the strategy, and I did it first try without the bouncy thing. To be honest, I didn't care that much about if the jetpack enemies counted, so I just dealt with the jetpack enemies with wrench throws and maybe an enforcer shot to make it count if it was possible, and if not, just make them disappear. Um, but yeah, considering like the handicap, I think in new game they're still fine. But then in challenge mode, I think they actually get even an additional increase of lethalness and awareness. Um, and yeah, it's just too stupid how not only it's not all not it's not um a bomb that they throw to the ground and then it explodes anymore. It's like as soon as it touches the ground, it's kaboom, it goes off.
I had no idea it's supposed to be a time bomb, like an
Me
orc
neither
hummingbird.
until I tried wrench only. I got here in Revelation. That's why I changed specifically to that. I saw that and I was like, "Oh, that's what the attack is supposed to be. That's why random shit appears on the floor after the explosion in Renegade Legend."
I'll do you one better. I had no idea the aiming reticles existed because
I
I was
saw them.
dashing around like crazy and I never like saw them behind me.
Here's the
Like
worst part.
not, I had no idea until now.
I saw them. I always saw them after the explosion. So, in one of the encounters or whatever, I actually turned the speed down and I activated photo mode like before on the precise shot. So I was like, okay, they throw the shot, they reach the ground, it explodes, and then, like on the first one, and then uh, the reticle appears, the target appears on the ground. So I'm like, this is fucking useless.
It's like, oh, if you were here a second ago, you're hurt now.
Yeah,
Like, oh, thanks.
thanks. Yeah, I don't know if they didn't notice that on or no one played in Renegade Legend or what. If they didn't do this challenge or these encounters with or they didn't get um because This is like an arena challenge, which is, optional. It's
And
okay.
Ratchet's got everything handled right now.
But then you go to Savali 2, and there's Bone Goons.
Of course there are.
Thank you. There's flying jetpack bomb throwing bomb goons.
Do they have bone jetpacks?
No, they're metal. Um,
Ugh.
Yeah.
They are pretty metal because they're skeletons.
so okay, hold on. I want to do this.
Here we are again, buddy. We just can't seem to land in tight spots, huh? It would appear so.
Oh, hell.
Clank looking like what the fuck?
No one else I would rather
So yeah, in Savali 2, in the holy shit, well, in the holy bleep moment. So what I discovered is you can get to the dimensional anomaly without triggering the undead Granthor and the holy bleep, but you cannot activate, like you cannot press triangle if that hasn't been triggered.
Yeah, spoilers for any people looking to sequence break.
Yeah,
I was
no.
disappointed. There's so many things inactive and not loaded until you get there in the story sequence that
You can
you can skip almost anywhere and then you cannot do anything.
Yeah.
So unless the skip is about getting to the next objective just somehow faster,
Yeah.
you can't go from A to D or A to C. Maybe just get to from A to B in a different way.
Yeah, there might be some
Which
specific.
kind of makes me sad.
Yeah, there might. I mean, of course, that for the game dev in particular, that's what they probably want, because that's cheating and doing bad, going out of bounds, exploiting glitches, sequence breaking, all of that. Like they've,
Not glitch.
they're
Or
making
glitch.
sure you do things in the proper order. But as a player, if you can actually get there, come on. Like I've done the
Yeah,
hard
it's
part.
not like a casual player is gonna do the whole
The Corson 5
like before meeting
wall.
Miss Zircon.
Yeah.
Like on
Get to the
Nefarious
spa.
City. Yeah, on Nefarious City, just like
Yeah, for
as an
out of
example.
yeah, without context.
There's
Said
the
so.
thing like, hey, meet Miss Zircon on the plaza. And I'm like, no, I'll just skip past the holographic wall, skip past the Phantom Dash section, skip Skid entirely, and I went all the way to the spa elevator, where Zircon teaches you how to use Raritanium. And the wall is there. And you don't have the tutorial for
Yeah, I
Raritanium.
mean for
So you can't go to the spa
for
because there's a force field. And even if
I
you
mean
skip the force field,
the worst
there's
offender.
probably
Yeah. The worst offender is Miss Zircon is there. You can activate her. There's
yeah,
no
because it's just a vendor.
yeah.
Like it's copy pasted,
You
like same
cannot
instance.
go into the upgrades screen.
Yeah, because it's not unlocked until the tutorial.
Yeah.
And even if you skip the force field wall,
The
in
elevator
the
has to go
elevator, the
down.
cutscene to go up to the spa is probably also inactive. Because
Yeah.
then I started reverse constructing it like, okay, so can you skip only um the Nefarious City club nefarious thing?
Mhm.
So I got skid and then I skipped the skid wall and no, you have to do skid. You
Yeah.
have to do club.
Also,
You have to meet Zircon
if you
and
go to the
because I
club,
went to the club entrance
exactly. If you go to the
without
club
meeting
without
Zircon.
meeting Zircon, Skid is there. She's just halfway buried into the ground and inactive.
Yeah, so I went to the club entrance and the bouncer bots, let
Yeah.
me in. I got the slow walk and nothing happens. No cutscene. You have to meet Zircon on the plaza. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of a
And you
tangent
can
from
and I
that
mean
whole
I was in Corson 5 before and like it was shown I shown how to do like basically all that. Um Going up the wall and gliding down to the left at the beginning and so on. and even you can get to the statue where you're supposed to use glitch for the first time, avoiding the death wall, um, as you saw, but you don't have glitch, so you cannot fix that. And
Yeah.
there's a huge invisible wall, um, to the nefarious statue, so you can also not get into the tower.
So we skipped from A to F, and they're
Yeah.
like, okay, can we skip to E? No. Okay, how about D? Nope. Okay, how about C? No. Okay.
Can you do B, skip C, and
Get
go
to
to D? No.
they're in hard sequential order,
Yeah.
and it's sad.
Yep.
Al,
I think, yeah, I went I came here as Ratchet again, just because.
oh no, I meant to say that we are on
Point
0.4
4.
out of 17.
Yes.
And the next one is huge, probably. Collectibles
Yeah.
and exploration.
Wait, this isn't. What challenge is this?
This is
Oh, the Warmonger. Okay. I thought I was in the Boomstick Blast and I was in Kaboomstick Blast. Okay, before I leave the arena, I just remembered something. I feel completely and utterly robbed of a really cool reference here. And I don't know. Mig is back to Electric Boogaloo. Hello, Mig. I don't know what's like, if it's like an NTSC versus PAL thing or
not a thing
what.
anymore.
What were you saying, sir?
There's no more like PAL versus NTSC. So if it's not like some localization region lock thing, then
I mean, we have Croatian text, and I think America doesn't. So I think at least there has to be a bit of that. Here we go. Okay, Nick also has the reference, so I'm assuming, and Zem also has it. So and lost it, of course, because it's cool. It's super cool. So this challenge here, it's backtracks, which is a Backsnacks reference, I guess, which is nice. But in NTSC, supposedly, or like in the two American playthroughs I've seen, this challenge is called Awesome Backtracks Done Quick, which is a reference to Awesome Games Done Quick, which is the AGDQ, which is the speedrunning event, one of the most famous ones, along Summer Games Done Quick, I think, right? SGDQ.
yeah.
So it's like a cool reference to, like, an actual reference to speedrunning in the game. And I've seen like like Zem, of course, like lost it because, speedrunning actually referenced in a game, in a Ratchet game. And I was like, wait a damn minute, I haven't seen that. Like, I remember backtracks, but I don't remember that. So I was like, okay, there's two speedle challenges in the arena. So maybe one is backtracks, and the second one, is awesome backtracks done quick. But
Yeah, no.
no, wait, where is it? Are there two? I thought there were two. Maybe there's not even two. Defeat, 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 defeat. Survive, fight, defeat, defeat. There's not even two. So that, even that point, is wrong. So yeah, no, it's this one. I don't know why we didn't get the reference. And I feel
We
robbed.
are robbed.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Maybe like the whole like GDQ things. No,
yeah, maybe it's
no,
like
GDQ. It's an American thing, isn't it? Like
it's
is
an
it
American
in
event.
America
Yeah, but
always?
I think so. But like, runners go from around the world. Like Ricky, I think it's Danish. So
Yeah, I
living in
mean,
England.
just like why spread awareness here if we won't likely make it there?
But
But it's
why
not like
change?
it's hurting
Yeah,
anybody to
exactly.
leave
Once
that
it's
in.
there, why change it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
And
but we got Croatian text and they didn't, so
yeah, that's true.
My favorite
and
feature.
and like now that they're next to one another, this challenge I feel like completely removes the impact of Holy Bleep, like on Bone Goons as a whole. Um, because I mean, if you don't do the challenge until after Savali 2, then fine. But it's the bronze cap that it's available as after beating like Francois, the story mandatory challenge. You just go ahead and go here, and the first boss you encounter in the arena is actually a bone Grunthor, an undead Grunthor, named Sue, and you're like, oh, okay, I guess those are a thing now. And then in Savali 2, here they come again. It's like, fine. If this didn't exist, Savali, like, not only Savali 2 as a whole, like the Bone Goons, of course we do, um, which is good anyway, um, and all the interactions
Yeah.
between Ratchet and Clank, don't get me wrong. But I think a lot of weight is lost in having an early arena boss be an undead Grunthor, which is exactly the same that will happen with a Holy Bleep, you know. And
Yeah.
Clank was
It's
here
it's
for the undead Grunthor.
imagine a new Spider-Man game and it's like there's an arena, like a Fight Club or something like canonically somehow like made it
Yeah.
work in that universe, and then it's like defeat Iron Man, and you're like, what? Okay. Second
No, but
cup, defeat Iron Man, but
it's
in
zombie Iron
green.
Man because there's like some kind of virus or something. Yeah. And then
And
the
then in
last
like 60% through the game, Iron Man is revealed as this plot twist boss, and you're
yeah.
like, yeah, okay.
Okay,
Why all the emphasis? Like, yeah,
I could have, not expected that if it wasn't already in an arena.
twice, yeah.
Yeah.
We even know the name because
Sue.
it's not revealed as Iron Man 60% through the game. It's like, there's this mysterious dude with like this armor. Oh no, he's very powerful.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, I know his name, his attacks, I know everything. I fought him and another boss and Swarmers as a tag team battle
I
with
mean,
only the Enforcer.
to be fair, like the second time you battle Sue in the tag team is the gold cap that happens after Savali 2. But even then, like just knowing they
Yeah.
exist, it's a bronze cap. It's the first one. It's not even the silver one. But even then, the silver one is before Savali 2. But I don't know. It's why didn't they
Imagine
realize?
like Mokhtar Arena. Fight the thug leader's giant mech under 3 minutes is the first time you see it. And you're like, yeah.
And then
Like, and
it would really be, hey, remember us?
um, no,
No.
prepare to die.
The two of yous, and you're just with Ratchet because you haven't found saved Clank.
Yeah.
Or in our dollies when they say the two of ye, and it's like there are three people there.
Uh, 2 is a fluid. It's a number fluid thing. I'm quantity fluid.
Quantum fluid. And make
That's
you
a
can.
real thing.
I wouldn't encourage doing that because I don't know the implications of it, but I'm doing it on the 100% file, so I don't really care if something goes wrong. This is a cheat, but
Wow.
not in the menu cheat kind of way. It's a cheat where you select another planet.
It's a glitch. It's
Yeah.
called a glitch.
Yeah. It's an unintended cheat or aka glitch. You select another planet, like for example, imagine you were here normally with Rivet. You select Savali where you go with Ratchet. Right as the planet loads, you quit. Not as the planet loads, but on the cinematic that you can skip of the ship going into the planet. You quit out of the game, and then you reload, and then you're on the planet that you were before, but with a character that of the planet you were going into. So I actually went to Savali, quit it out, and reloaded, and now I'm on the arena where Scars 2 with Ratchet. and before I was in Corson 5 with Rivet, because the cover art has Ratchet on Sargasso with thugs, and Rivet on Corson 5 with Nefi troopers, and that never happens. Neither of those.
And I hope you like. I know you didn't, but like, I'm just gonna say, I hope you put on the robot disguise on Rivet in the Fairy City without the
Oh
helmet
yeah,
and just RP. But I guess not.
that would have been cool. Like intro mission. Like after the first cutscene, how it ended up being like that. Like all the all the army is looking for you. It has you under there, and the Seeker Pete is locking you. But I guess you defeated Seeker Pete later on, so that's fine. That's like off-screen elliptic cutscene competence. But yeah, um, let's go into 0.5 out of 17, which
This
is
is a huge point, and I need to
exploration.
actually go.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like it's way later
Mm.
than I have any right to be
So
up on.
do we make this review part 1 and continue on the next one?
I mean, you can continue.
No, I think it's been cool, and it would be weird um, to do it differently. I think we can mark like this point. Well, what was this ring?
like
This one.
we marked like 23%.
It's so fine. Here. Hey, yours is already quite a while. Look at that.
Yeah.
So for context, we have what are you insomnia? We have the same Excel we used for predictions. We have like a review points section, and we have common main points, which has a list of 17 things we want to talk about, and then 2 columns for specific things. One for me, one for Zell. We've talked about 4 main points out of 17. I had one specific thing I wanted to touch on of points 2, 3, and 4.
That's already too confusing.
And Zell had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11 things that he wanted to talk about of these 4 first points. Okay? And I feel like I've talked way more than Zell.
I mean, Al, it's your stream, man.
Yeah.
And you have the game and all the experience. And I have
and also
I have a lot of experience climbing Sargasso Mountains and like the Farious City. But you like played the game.
sometimes as intended, even. Um, yeah. So I mean, in all of your points, I wanted to say something. So I touched, I think, every single one of them, and I think all my 3 ones are basically also like variations of something you also wanted to say. So yeah, I also talked about all the 11 points from yours, but even then,
I mean, I don't like the Glyboots thing was your point. And the
yeah, but
wrench only I have no experience with. So
it
I
was
don't know.
so minor though.
I mean, define minor.
Like the glide boots point was gone super quickly. It was just, it's weird. They're used just for this, and they feel like the hover boots, and that's it.
We talked a whole section about how you have 3 boots that compete for functionality, and it's like you have to cover the combinations of which character has which type and which companion on the back or lack thereof and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Zell played
it's been fun.
until Cordelian.
Yeah, I beat Cordelian. I fell through the map, and
Oh
then
yeah.
I entered
Okay,
at
so
the end, and then I
for context, and if anybody doesn't know, right now, as of patch 1.001.004, I think it was like that also on 3, but like I think it's like this on 4. Every single time you complete Cordelian, go back up on the elevator and change dimension, everything disappears except like some objects, but the floor is nothing. And
yeah, it's not
it
like even a
happens.
visual glitch. It's actually not there, like
No,
collision.
it is actually there. I have gone back to the ship and left without floor.
How? I took the one elevator that was still
Yeah.
present, and then I took one jump toward my ship. About halfway between the ship and the elevator, I just fell straight down and died.
Oh, wow.
So I
I
was
mean,
like, okay, collisions are gone.
upon death, everything goes back to normal. But
Yeah.
I think I have a picture of it, of course. I have a picture of very many different things.
So few of them pleasant.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got stuck out of bounds, but inside some Savali buildings. That was fun. Um, what was I talking about?
About Cordelian disappearing.
Oh yeah. Oh, tiny head caveman clang though.
Love it. Beautiful.
Okay, yeah, Cordelian. Hold on. Oh, here. This happens. But see, I'm standing on nothingness.
Yeah, I could stand there for a while, but on the ship platform, no.
Okay. I think I just made it to the elevator, and then I don't know. Maybe I jumped straight to the ship and didn't notice. But I think not. This is a fun one. Oh. I just stood without like this wasn't intentional. I stood just in the right spot.
Ooh, beatboxing kid.
Does he want us to? Does he want us to? Does he want us to? Does he want? Here's the Cordelian orb. You can change. You can turn the camera around on the fixer scenes, so that's cool. You must accept your brokenness. And same goes
Oh, we'll get to that.
in between rifts, but this happens. This is the background. Like one side is this,
Oh,
the other side is this.
so it wasn't intentionally accounted for.
Yeah, I don't think it was. We'll get to this too, like the Neffy powers. Here's the Erdolis one, the Viceron one. Oh, here's the fairy city from under, I guess, side. It's nice, I guess. And then you get like when you fall a lot, you have this same exact pocket dimension base blocks, I guess, construction blocks.
Yeah, because that's a separate level streamed in. Like that's a
Hmm.
level by itself that's placed in. So I guess all maps kind of share that
Hmm.
to have those assets at the ready, maybe.
And this is also like very cool, actually.
If you look closely, it's like photoshopped. It's symmetrical.
Yeah, of course.
It's not actually real life.
What? Face. Face.
Okay, yeah, I need to go.
Yeah.
It's very late. But
I did close the game, right?
No, like
No, I
you
didn't.
you
Okay.
can keep going.
No, no,
Show the
no,
gallery
absolutely.
because I'll watch.
No, don't worry. I'll go. We'll do review part 2. Jesus Christ. Whenever you can.
Over 4.
We can try to make it like faster and not like stop on each and every one of the points. But I know that's also my problem that I kind of want to talk about every single little detail. And like this,
There's a lot to talk about
yeah,
and
this
share for
reminds me.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's great. It's
Hmm.
just like
Part
this
27.
review is a very extensive,
Yeah.
like analytical kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's not like a 5-minute review of should
It's
you
good.
buy Rift
Yeah.
Bar.
Yeah. Again, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you all. I really like having you here on Voice Chat Zell. It's been a blast. It's been great. Even just
I've been as overused lately as the Groovitron,
no.
and everybody hates me all the same.
Hey,
Love you guys.
if they
Thanks for
hate
having
you,
me.
they hate me.
It's not how it works.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes.
I'll-
From this
I'll-
point
we'll
on.
take this outside.
Oh yeah, that was a really good idea. Okay, guys. Well, I know I have like a timer when I do this. Thank you so much for being here. I really love you all. I hope it was worth your time listening to whatever we have to say. I know this is extensive. The TLDR it's really good.
Yeah, we'll be more to the point in the
Yeah,
next one.
we'll try to make like 12 separate points in this time or less next time.